My hotspot, but I'm hoping that Verizon will carry me through this. But
Yeah,
other
happens.
than that, yeah, I mean, other than that, you know, it's just, you know, the usual cold day over here in the Northeast. But I'm excited to see the CCA Booyah Bowl. I can't wait to see some good Splatoon gameplay. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed, and we've got quite the cast to kick us off for round one. We got the other NorCal UC, Squids at Cal, versus Michigan State University. Do you know any of the players on either side?
I actually do not know any of the players on the other side because I'm actually unfamiliar with what schools everybody's going to. But I'm really looking forward to like learning it today. Honestly, you know, like I'll definitely like recognize some names when they pop up. But as far as like for what school everybody goes to, I'm not totally sure. So maybe you can educate me real quick on that.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the players here either. A little more familiar with some of the SoCal players and some of the Davis players as well. But I'm sure both of these squads have a lot of heart in them, a lot of fight in them, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they come on. So the first round is going to be tower control on Starfish main stage. That is an interesting combination because Starfish is quite a large map and there's a lot of gaps and places where you can fall off. So especially if you're on the tower, you got to watch the step.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you also have the two flanking spots on the grades on both sides of that map too. So if somebody's running like run speed or even like a rush, for example, they can just run around the other side, get a nice flank going. So the backline is definitely have to be careful with
Mm-hmm.
that.
Gotta have eyes on the back of your head, on the sides of your head, everywhere.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really crazy ride, but you know we'll see what these teams have in store for us, and let's get going with that.
Looks like it's mostly close range with each of the lineups, with the exception of one guy at UCD running a Charger and the other team, Michigan State, running a Splatling, I believe. Right away, Squids at Cal have the situational advantage. They've taken center. They're winning all of their engagements. They've just rushed quickly, covering the map in that golden, appropriate for the Golden Bears. What do you think MSU is going to need to do to bounce back?
Yeah, so with the Charger versus Splatling, and maybe the hard. Splatling says really just kind of like hide behind the wall, just making sure that they're out of the Charger's vision, so they can even like get stuff done. Other than that, kind of be a little bit useless on the match actually. Kind of best there, unless they're like away from the Charger. Honestly, and with that close range even if the Charger doesn't do the job, the Charger always has that intimidation factor.
Indeed. But it looks like Chef is doing a good job of firing under cover, especially using the pull of the tower as cover. Probably going to dance around the Charger to position himself. But, oh no, that's a full team wipe right as I say that. That is unfortunate. Now Squids at Cal is going to be wanting to make up for lost time, but how quickly can Michigan State bounce back, and how soon can that Splatling be doing damage again?
Honestly, they need to like go get control of mid first. Getting control of mid first, like the first play. And you know, as long as they have control of mid, they can set everything. Get up and set up in their position, getting some charging positions, getting somebody that may drop some carelessly, you know. So maybe have to do a
Yeah, it's not going to be easy with Squids at Cal just raiding the spawn of Michigan State. Whew. Yeah, no, they're being put under pressure like David Bowie and Freddie Mercury right here.
Oh my god, yeah. I know what you mean, man. But we got the blob on the bottom left, like kind of crazy here. The blob is one of the best weapons actually because of like game, because the blob just hits bubbles anywhere. Like, cause the blob doesn't have any fall damage, like most other slots like do. So the blob can be like a pretty big damage, especially like if you like can't avoid the bubble and you take too much damage, you just end up getting like picked off and the blob like multiple stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that Blob Blobber did a really good job of helping them push back to center. Just going at the spawn of Squids and Cal while the rest of the yellow team was going at their spawn. Employing the Johnny Lawrence strategies, I'd like to say. Best defense is more offense.
Yeah, for real. And it is still a really close game, you know, and I think it really all comes down to which team makes the mistake first as far as like which team is going to run away from this win. But we do see Squids and Cal running like, actually I don't think that's double armor actually, never mind. So they're running like armor and I think missiles as well, which can kind of like disorientate the Splatoon action. Splatoon like
Indeed. And yeah, nah, Chef getting flanked in their own spawn, that has to hurt. Yeah, it'll be down to which team makes a mistake for sure, but also which team is able to lock down the other without being disrupted. Because, at least from what I've seen, it's been mistakes that turn the tide. Like right there, Squids at Cal got tripped up and now MSU has control again. The question is, how long are they able to keep their stability? And how long are they able to keep pushing forward without getting tripped up themselves? They really need good map vision here.
Yeah, with only like less than a minute remaining too. You know, like and they only have like a one. They only have like a 1 point.
And a 1 point difference.
Yeah, only 1 point difference. They're coming up on that checkpoint fast. It's not like they need to get through that checkpoint. They just need to stop at that checkpoint for like a millisecond just to get that lead.
Yeah. Whenever they get their Booyah bombs, they gotta position them maybe a little better than that. Whenever they get their specials, they just need to time them effectively in general. Yeah, that splashdown was pretty good, but unfortunately not really able to get that charger. They just have to keep that tower alive until the rest of the team comes. It's going to be a daunting effort. But at least MSU has made the push, so really all they need to do is either keep the tower in play or keep Squids and Cal at bay in order to win this match. Can they trip them up? It's going to overtime, so MSU needs to act fast. Maybe not too fast because they bought themselves some time, but they obviously want to wrap this up quickly.
Yeah, patient gameplay can definitely be the key in overtime here, you know. If they're not able to, you know, like be careful and what they're trying to plan.
It looks like they're making that push. They're gaining points. They're crossing the next checkpoint. Is this going to be it? Yeah, it looks like. Yeah, I don't know. MSU's attack, I feel like it wasn't coordinated enough because while they were getting good picks at the end there, they weren't really able to make it stick because as soon as one individual was off the tower, there was another one right on. So they needed to be covering all angles.
Yeah, they for sure need to be covering all angles because Splatoon, obviously being a very team-oriented game, you know, unlike solo queue, you can't expect to like do everything yourself. You know, like you need to coordinate attacks effectively with your team in order to like use your specials together, like armor missiles, armor inkjet, armor booyah bomb, armor stingray, etc., to make these big pushes happen. And especially with tower control. In overtime, it's really easy for like the defending team to just like throw bombs at the tower to just like stall it or anything. You have to move around the tower to be able to avoid being spy balls, bombs, etc., etc.
And the funny thing is, I mean, they had good coverage at the beginning. They were winning their engagements, and they were like timing their engagements really well. And the paint coverage was not bad either when they were pushing the tower. Like, start of the match, they had coverage like AT&T, but right at the end there, they turned into Boost Mobile.
Oh my god, I like that AT&T reference. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say Verizon, but that doesn't really work today because of your issues, huh? Whew. But
yeah,
anyways,
no, like the stream's like cutting in and out for me, but I'm doing my best. Yeah, I'm doing my best to like to provide as much like knowledge as I can, you know. So I've been playing Splatoon for a little while, so like I can at least like give some coverage, you know.
And now we got zones on New Albacore Hotel. That's gonna be an interesting one for sure. Just cause that has even more places where you can fall out of, and you gotta be careful about the way that you approach the zone. Once you're in the zone, it's just a matter of locking down, but especially if the team's got an effective backline, you gotta really watch your step.
Absolutely. Zone's Albacore also pretty big Stingray map. Honestly, if anyone of the backliners on either team wants to go for a Stingray spam with the C-Jet, or even more unorthodox pick with the with the Vanilla Dynamo roller, because I was doing that last night. But you know, if any team wanted to do that, that would be crazy. But you know, again, this like definitely will benefit long range weapons. But we do see a Hydra coming out, as well as I believe that's the Firefin Charger. So no Stingrays here. But you know, I think the missiles from the Zap may be a little bit of an issue for the Hydra. The Hydra probably one of those. It's definitely like top 3
Maybe. Yeah, now that Hydra is going to add maybe a little more range, but overall, the MOs of both teams are pretty similar. Maybe the differing special dynamic will shake things up a little bit, but overall, it's just about carrying that strategy from the last game into this one, trying to trip up the enemy team and then just preventing them from even coming close to the zone in all sectors.
Absolutely, yeah, and the splash being, but the splash would combine with the Gluga Dualies, maybe able to do like some burst bomb combos. You get like a burst direct and like a Gluga Dualie to like one shot somebody or anything like that. But it kind of looks like Squid that Cal is kind of he's going for a really more of a kind of like they're going for like a more chicken.
Yeah, right as you mentioned the Glugas, they get in there, and now MSU is in control of the zone. They've got a couple of penalty points that they need to make up, but yeah, right as I say that, they regain control. I mean, Squids at Cal has even more penalty points, but they've had the more consistent runs, so it'll really be up to MSU to try to throw a wrench in the system.
Yeah, like the Glugas, I think the K Glugas actually are a little bit underrated, in my opinion. Like, if you play them correctly, they can be really dangerous.
Yes. Dualies in general are underrated if you ask me, but yeah, the Glugas, they can definitely pack a punch.
Oh yeah, especially like with like Fizzy spam, like Fizzy bomb spam sets with the K Glugas. Like that could be a real annoyance, man. Because Fizzy bombs, I think, are still like one of, if not the best suspects.
But the only problem is that lack of range. So the only way they're going to be able to contribute against that enemy charger is to pop the missiles like that. Just going back and forth, trading that zone like it's a Pokemon card. But Squids at Cal has more of a points advantage, so they can be a little more versatile when it comes to their position. As long as they're able to recap the zone before MSU takes away too many penalty points or even scores at that matter. I don't even know how long it's been since they have gotten score on the board. Because yeah, even when they get down to 9, Squids at Cal just pushes back. They're able to just ebb and flow after gaining that early advantage. So MSU has to go a lot more aggressive if they're going to get any more coverage here.
Kind of just be like a back and forth match. Actually, that's kind of what Albacore is. Honestly, it's kind of like more like a back and forth type of thing until, you know, one side like overwhelms the other, then you can kind of like set up for a lockout. But you know, Albacore just being so big, it can both be easy and hard to defend.
Yeah, because of that irregular map layout, it was always going to be like whoever's able to get an early push will be dictating the pace of the rest of the match, and it's not really different here because like MSU is able to stay alive reasonably well, but they're not really able to do anything. Well, right as I say that, they captured the zone, but how long will it before Squids at Cal regains control?
Yeah, exactly. Unless they get like a team wipe or something, they get a 3-down situation. It's gonna keep going back and forth, and slowly but surely they'll just get overwhelmed. This is how it goes. You keep going back to 3, and they'll just keep getting advantage of that.
Yeah, MSU may be the one rocking the Hydra, but it's Squids at Cal who's more like cut one head off, 2 more appear in its place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you. I know exactly what you're saying, man. The Squids at Cal, I think, is doing like a little bit of a better job like coordinating their specials too in order to get back in the zone. And again, with the Hydra just like being like a little sort of weapons that target both missiles and the charger actually. And they don't really have the surefire way to stop the bomb weapon too, I realized.
Yeah, nah, and that's gonna let them get the KO. But
Yeah.
it is play all three, so MSU has one chance at redemption, one shot to show that they're able to make it work against this team. So we'll have to see where they go from there. They definitely need to pace their offense more. Once they're on the defensive, they need to be able to be covering the areas better, match up different players against different players just to make sure that there is an engagement advantage when it comes to differing weapons. Because every weapon operates at a different range, obviously.
Yeah, we
Overall,
have to see.
they just need to be smarter about how they engage and possibly when.
Yeah, we'll see if like they come up with a different strategy to deal with that comp. And one thing about Squids comp that maybe they could do is that they kind of like lack any sort of aggression. Because they didn't have a frontliner actually. It was just all mid lines in the charger. So maybe that's like one thing they could do. They could just like be like try to be a little more aggressive actually, and just like play more of a rush down actually. Because you can rush down the blob and the charger. Like they can't really do much unless like the charger gets like a like a crazy sniper or anything like that, or the blob gets like all 4 bubbles ahead. But they could try like maybe a little bit more aggression.
100%. And this is the perfect map mode combo to test said aggression. Rainmaker on humpback pump track. They're gonna need to be, they need to be quick and they need to be hard on this one.
Yeah, Rainmaker is as most people know, Rainmaker is a very high-paced mode. It's very fast. Rainmaker is not the mode where you want to really be taking your time all the time, except for maybe like when you want to play patient in overtime. But a lot of teams like in the very start of the match will be played extremely aggressively, which I think will play into MSU's advantage actually versus a Squids comp. So we're just gonna have to see what they do about that.
And then humpback is just a small map with pretty wide lanes, so the engagements are going to be fast-paced here. Obviously, backlining is valid here, but if you know how to move and you're running a CQB weapon, you could probably invalidate a lot of the backlines. Unless, of course, you're on the Rainmaker because you're moving extremely slowly then, and obviously aiming the Rainmaker is an entire task. So, yeah, this really is going to be a good test for MSU to see if they can hit that sweet spot when it comes to the engagements, when it comes to attacking quickly, so on and so forth. And I'm excited to see how they operate.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Charger player or even the Hydra player if one of them go custom Jet Squelcher, because Stingray spam or even vanilla Jet Squelcher, like missile spam is just as good as spamming Stingray. In Rainmaker, I think maybe missiles could be a little bit better, because at least missiles can help pop the Rainmaker shield as well.
100%. And yeah, the Squelchers would be a good all-around tool for a map like this because it has a bit of range on it, but at the end of the day, it is still a shooter.
Exactly.
So, okay, yeah, I think we see somewhat of a similar kind of anatomy on the side of MSU, but if I'm looking at this correctly, Squids is swapping the Charger for a Squeezer. So it looks like we're going to be seeing some tap fire here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I think Squids like heard me saying that they didn't really have that much aggression. So maybe that's why the Charger player went to Squeezer. I think that's Radish.
Okay.
We see Squids having a lot of pain.
Yeah, that push too. I think Squids heard what you said and took it personally. But I mean, in the previous matches, they were aggressive when they needed to be, and then they sort of just went back and forth. But at that moment, they were really just like full send right there. And now MSU is going to be responding accordingly. They can't quite make the push that they needed to do, though. It's like the same situation as before. They weren't doing the best job at picking their engagements. Maybe they'll do a little bit better if they're able to clear the area of Squids players, but those bubbles are going to make it really difficult. And the Rainmaker's been reset.
Yeah, full send. Shout out to the Nug boys. You already know that they be doing full send all the time,
Oh yes.
But yeah, man.
But okay. MSU's standing their ground around center. That Booyah bomb was unfortunate. They're going to take the Rainmaker now, and they're going to see if they can't do anything with it. Just that flurry of bombs is going to make it difficult, though. The Rainmaker carrier is stuck to plates. It's like, is this ink or quicksand, you might be asking. But, yeah, no, that push is not going to last long. And MSU, I thought they were going to try to make something from it, but it looks like they're retreating. Again, need to aim those Booyah Bombs a lot better or coordinate them with other specials if they're going to try to be effective. But in any case, they have the Rainmaker now, and we'll see if anything's different this time. No, it isn't. That's a full wipe.
Yeah, I mean, MSU did have a lot of map control too, but I think what Squids and Cal is doing, they have a pretty solid defense actually with both Blob Rush and missiles actually. Because missiles do counter both armor and Booyah Bomb as well. Really being able to spread all of them, and there is a lot of aggression actually in both teams. But you know, maybe like the heavy being a bit of a slower weapon in like in a fast-paced mode like Rainmaker can be a little bit of a detriment.
Indeed, yeah, and I just noticed. Oh yeah, that wipe was just from one dude. Whoever that was, props to them. Yeah, MSU is really on the defensive now. They want to reset the Rainmaker, and then yeah, now's a good time to push. But the question is, are they gonna make something out of it, or is Squids at Cal just gonna hit him again? They need to. Yeah, like the point difference, and then where the time is at now, they have to be scrambling right now. They have the Rainmaker. Let's see if they've learned from their mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes, just don't make the same one twice. It looks like they're lobbing those Rainmaker shots. That's good, but Cal has the armor, so they're gonna want to tread lightly. Okay, using the Booyah Bomb for cover, I like that. But you got to be careful because someone's flanking. Oh, they shut down that flank real quick, but they lost the Rainmaker. So it's down to getting it back, but yeah, no, with that amount of coverage, it was never going to be, especially with the blobber shots over the wall. So I guess what Squids at Cal is going to be doing now is try to play a game of keep away for the next 50 seconds.
Yeah, pretty much. And you know they can too, because the blob is like a walking like fortress. And they can just blob. Not many people know this, but like blob pretty much has like targets. And the bubbles will just appear for a long time, and they don't lose their damage either. So blob shots can just like be again chipping away at like your health to the point where you'll die to like a bomb, pretty much. And, you know, this way the Cali just has that wall of defense on them.
And MSU executes a flanking maneuver and allows center to be cleared. I kind of wish that some of the members pushed ahead further so that they could make the push stick more, but I mean, with 10 seconds left on the clock, you can understand if they're scrambling a little bit and they're just doing things hastily. But if they can win their engagements, watch out for those missiles. They might be able to get something in. Just be patient. Ooh, walking on the wall, but it's not going to be enough. And Squids at Cal with a dirty 30 to start the tournament.
Yeah, Squids at Cal just like taking that very, very cleanly, but again, great gameplay to both teams and everything like that. You know, they just had like a lot of pain, a lot of ways to just get a good push in, then like play defense for the rest of the game. It's kind of what they did for all three of these matches, and it just like worked out very well for them. Now, unfortunately, my hotspot's not exactly doing that well, so I'm going to have to step out for a bit anyway, but it's okay. It's my dad's birthday on Wednesday anyway, so I gotta go pick him up a gift. But Brush is going to be subbing in for me. So like Bash, I got a great time commentating with you for one set. But yeah, that's pretty much gonna be it for me.
Yeah, it was fun, and happy birthday to your dad.
Oh, thanks, man. I'll catch you guys later.
Peace. Welcome back, everybody. I am now joined by BrushStrokes. Brush, how are ya?
I'm doing great. How are ya?
I am stellar. And
Awesome.
right now, of course, it is the second round, and we've got a different combination of schools duking out. We got Purdue Air Launchers versus UTD, University of Texas at Dallas, Comet Blasters. This should be an interesting matchup. Can you say anything about these squads?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the rosters of each teams, I recognize names on both ends. Um, I think, Purdue Air Launchers have been around for a while. They're the second team out of Purdue University. And they, as such, have been battling their way through the lower divisions, at least in like the Ludi world and all that. But seeing how they go up against a team like Comet Blasters, who has Secant on it, has Twig here, has Nito, team players that we know are in the lower mid-ish level of the competitive world. It's gonna be a fight for PAL here, but if they just are able to plan together, get Comet Blasters on their back foot, and the game can be theirs just like that.
It will be a fight indeed, especially on one of the funniest map mode combos in the game. One of my favorite map mode combos. It is Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit. We got that long stretch with light cover, basically the closest to Splatoon football we can get. It's going to require a lot of smart positioning from any backlines who are in the match, but also just a lot of fast movement, a lot of strategizing, and then just a lot of good execution when it comes to engagements, as usual. But yeah, with just everything in front of you with regards to opposition, all you need to know is just how to position yourself and just make sure you get 3 shots on target.
For sure. I mean, something you mentioned there about the backlines. This map, I think, is a little notorious for being an experimentation one.
Oh, yes.
I feel like, that Stingray, obviously, with the long map, as you talked about, is devastating. But we see people play around. We see people pull out, like, the 52 gal with that Stingray and just try to have fun with it. So seeing if these two teams are going to opt to go a little bit off meta as we go in here. Purdue Air Launchers and versus UT Dallas Comet Blasters. Here we go.
I'm ready to see someone moonwalk and then just hit a 360 no scope.
We see the K undercover umbrella on the side of PAL along with that blob bobber. That's going to give them some range, but as well as some a slower armor compared to the junior on the side of Comet Blasters. Air Launchers going 2 down pretty quickly here. That's going to give Comet Blasters the opportunity to push in. Plan B now being forced all the way back, trying to live along this entering straight. As Clams already are starting to get formed, and they're going to go down now. A 3-down situation delayed as this basket is going to get open on the first push for Comet Blasters.
Yeah, shield on the other cover couldn't quite make it work. Comet Blasters just developed that clam advantage so quickly. They were just quickly able to throw so many clams in, enough for a buffet. And barriers back up now. I think they were able to get like just over 12 in, but now they gotta gather things again. Right now, Purdue is doing a good job at gathering clams, but with just the blitz from Comet Blasters, it's going to take a lot of effort for them to just go in and score, especially now that they've got another power clam. They just got to send it. Ooh, just dipping and dodging around the bubbles, and they get one in. Are they going to get any more in? They got like 6 clams in their possession. Oh my goodness. The air launchers are being launched into the stratosphere by this offense from the Comet Blasters.
Yeah, I mean, for a minute there, it looked like Purdue Air Launchers were back on their feet, but I mean, pretty quickly they weren't able to push back into the drops, which they needed control of to get back in the mid, and Dallas just pushed them back out 2 more picks instantly. You got the counter almost double to where they were before. I was about to say something about, 71 not being an excellent push. It's not bad, but 38 is devastating, and now again, PAL is already 2 down again now, a 3rd staggered as this brush is going to finally go down to Omazen here down like a basket.
Yeah, just point blank. But no, really. Like the first push, like we said, they were able to shut that down easily. Exactly what happened there. Maybe Comet Blasters were just testing the waters a little bit and they sort of figured out how to just weave around the defense of the air launchers. Or maybe they were just a little smarter about getting picks this time around. Or maybe what I'm thinking happened is they just wanted to score as soon as possible, put air launchers on the back foot, put that pressure on, play that mental game, so that the next time they pushed, they'd be more confident, they'd be coming in, a lot more confidently, and just dealing a lot more damage early on.
There you go again, though. PAL are 3 down this table. Probably the last one alive. They're going to be able to jump out this time. Not going to go down like their fate, the first push around. But PAL is struggling so much to find an entrance here. Just on that right side, you saw a nice 2v2. Finally going down onto that pipe like Inject right towards his end. Going to go down
and
turn.
Another one.
A 3v1 situation as the ball goes in. But, I mean, yeah, Dallas is just continuously applying pressure to PAL, keeping them back, not giving them an opportunity. And here you see on the top there, no chance to drop in. And finally the paint is going to shift down. They're going to try and pick on that Neo Splash. It's giving them trouble. The Tetris down as well. 3v2 in their favor. They need to take some space here and fast, but not before Twig is going to be able to flank around this right side to give a little distraction anymore.
Just throwing in so many clams. Another one. Somebody called DJ Khaled. They're just weaving through the bubbles of the blob lobber. They got the grimiest play. They don't want any of this bubble bath that Purdue Air Launchers is trying to throw at them. Right now, right as I say that, they're even on clams. They haven't built the power clam this time, the Comet Blasters, but they are just reducing the clam count of PAL piece by piece.
Even going in there, going to find a nice one pick, and before that, an assist.
Oh my goodness.
The basket now open again. The Inkjet coming up on that right side, trying to watch Clam be on this respawn. The Cunder now, shield broken. Twig's going to be able to find hopefully one pick as Clams go in, and that's going to be your game. I mean, Comet Blasters just obliterating with pressure the entire time through.
The Inkjet just absolutely invalidating, violating their spawn. It was tough to watch at the end. Like, the Comet Blasters were just, they never put the brakes on. They were never like, oh, maybe this is their first time, let's go easy on them. No. This is real life. You have to learn.
Well, you know, PAL here now on the back foot. They have to win the next 2 matches here if they want to take the set. But, you know, it's play all 3. You know, PAL, even if they lose this next one, they'll be able to have an opportunity to have a chance in game 3. But honestly, I mean, Comet Blasters with that aggression, finding picks to kind of keep PAL staggered basically the whole way through is takes a mental toll, no doubt, but also is not the end of the world. I mean, you bounce back. Clams can be a difficult one to try to coordinate. You got to watch your clam levels. You have to watch your specials. It's a lot to keep track of. And we're going to go into tower control here, which possibly has the most predictable objective. You know, the tower takes a very a path that you've studied and you know well. You know exactly how you need to move up to help that tower have space. You know where these hotspots are, and PAL here might be able to use that to their advantage and play something simpler and you know, keep Comet Blasters thinking.
100%, especially considering that the Reef is I'd like to say it's a bit more of a forgiving map in terms of engagements because of all of the cover surrounding the area, especially compared to Piranha Pit. So maybe PAL is able to catch their breath more, maybe take things at a more comfortable pace. Time will tell, but there's a lot of area where a more offensive team can scale. So we'll see if Comet Blasters can use that to their advantage. Right now, it looks like PAL is using a bit more longer range weapons, opting to bring out a Ken System Splattershot Pro and some type of a ballpoint splatling. So we'll see if that helps them a little bit.
Twig, though, on the other side is going to be pulling on that charger, but the Pro is going to be down basically instantly in top mid as that Splash is able to is able to push up, take some space. Now, Lamppost completely neglected by PAL as that ballpoint is forced back up. Just a Zap now with Special ready on the side of PAL. They're going to hold them as Comet Blaster is going to hop on tower and get to this first checkpoint. 2 Specials ready. That's going to be their splashdown. Now, Stingray ready as well as they keep them staggered. One going down, though, and that's going to be no missiles, and that'll be, or armor, sorry, and that'll be big for PAL if they want to push back in. The Tetris now going down as well.
Yeah, Cold is cold on the Splatling, to be honest. Not really able to, like, we saw them get the 1 dime, but they need to be a lot more productive than that when it comes to defending in the backline position if they want to give Purdue Air Launchers a substantial push. they're just letting themselves get pushed around themselves. Maybe they're trying to develop their special a little bit, but they're not doing the best job at that right now because the special development is rather slow.
Yeah, but I will say though is they're doing a good job watching those hotspots, you know, getting control down in 3, forcing Nito, for example, to get back with these missiles now. Powell is going to be able to push, and they're going to get to his first checkpoint here. Not before one goes down though, and that's another one, the ball point, or pro, sorry, down in the mid-line there. I mean, they have to be controlling this top mid, they have to be watching these trees, you know, these hotspots are what's going to give them the game as one jumps out on Powell, ready to regroup. And they're going to be able to do that slowly. They just have to find the picks they need and take space, seek it now, pushing up this left side, looking for a certain car. The ball point, though, is going to be able to get them down in a nice splashdown.
Certainly, yeah. No, I agree that they were holding the position well back at center when they were about to push the tower. But in my opinion, I'm not sure that you're really allowed to do that when you're at such a point deficit. Playing defensively when you're at a deficit doesn't make the most sense, at least to me personally. What I would have opted to do was try to clear the area a little bit more, because obviously that initial push was just destroyed rather quickly, and this one has been as well. Maybe try to take advantage of some of the flanking maneuvers. Just try to do whatever it takes to trip up the offensive Comet Blasters, because if that isn't addressed, it's not going to be easy for air launchers the rest of the match.
Blasters here doing a good job holding this top mid. They're not going to be able to find a pick on that jump in from the pro. Now with 3v3, the backlands trading off. Armor ready on the side of Comet Blasters, but missiles for Pal. That's going to be popped here early now, forcing Comet Blasters back here as Nito is forced all the way back into this third checkpoint area. They're not going to quite find the pick they wanted there as a 4v4 situation is on the field. Armor now coming online, trying to stall Pal as they get to this first checkpoint. It's not going to quite be enough as the splash goes down on that left side. Now the Zap pushing in.
Oh, there we go.
Find a nice
there we
trade
go.
with Nito. A 2v1 situation though is just the Kunder is forced to back up, not quite able to force the points on tower that they wanted.
Yeah, they're spreading out more. That was a good engagement. I wish we had more players active on the side of Pal during that time, but they're starting to get the right idea, and it's not too late. Anything can happen in 1 minute and 35 seconds. So whether or not Pal is able to maintain that energy, push back, and the push from Comet Blasters and put one on of their own while just pushing the other players back, we'll see. But it looks like, yeah, we're getting a lot of good engagements here. Someone popped the armor after someone got a double, but that player went down. Comet Blasters looking like they're not going to be denied anytime soon. Brilliant use of the Stingray to cover the area surrounding the tower. One guy tries to get on bridge, doesn't quite make it work. But what they wanted to accomplish, from what I can see, has been accomplished, because there's only 50 seconds left, and Purdue Air Launchers has a ways to go if they want to get any points and try to be competitive this match.
Iraqi really being the MVP there as they kick through top mid, stalling that tower on second checkpoint now. Finally distracting enough players they needed to so they could get to that second checkpoint, that first checkpoint, sorry. But now 2 players on the side of Comet Blasters are going to find their way to top mid. That's Secret with the splash down there, and that's going to lead to a wipe on Pal. I mean, just they had the hotspot and they just left it a little bit too early. That opened the door for Comet Blasters to come back in. Secret now is going to push as far up as they can, do Tetra things, and just distract, especially that ball point. 15 seconds, you know. Pal there had an opportunity to move into OT, and they didn't have the top mid they needed. Plan B now going to get splatted by Secant, and now that's going to be your game.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's all she
quite.
wrote. That was, I have to say, like, the jump, oh, that was a 2-piece right there. But that jump leading to the end of the push on the side of Pal was one of the most unfortunate jumps that I've seen in my time commentating Splatoon. I mean, you got 2 guys firing on the tower, and you just decide to insert yourself into that. I mean, not knowingly, of course, but whew, yeah, that was just a messy situation all around. I mean, Pal still has one more shot at redemption, but they really need to think about how they approach this Comet Blasters team.
Sure, and a Swiss bracket's so small. I mean, every game counts and every tiebreaker is important. So this game 3, you know, some of the pressure is off for Pal, and they might be able to play a little more smoothly. I will say, I mean, Pal had some really excellent chances that game, and they're going up against a team here that is made up of players who are, you know, I think more known in the community in the low ink scene. And so they're getting a little bit outmatched here, but PAL, you know, they got that top mid control. They got the zap, was able to push up and find the picks they needed, and they got the start of a really nice push. They left the hotspot too early. They went the one down, and that jump came in late. And I think it's a matter of, you know, playing a little bit more collected, playing a little bit more slowly, making sure you have all your check boxes checked, your T's crossed, your I's dotted, and that way then you can finally move in. And Splat Zones Blackbelly is a map mode where you can stall and you can play as slow as you need on those zones, but you must be coordinated if you want to cap and hold.
Yep. Blackbelly is a condensed map, but it is a map where the pace is dictated by the players. I mean, particularly on Rainmaker, I like to say that it can either last 2 minutes or 2 seconds. Zones might be a bit of a similar situation. It really depends on how much the defense can lock down. Of course, PAL can try to take things down to their pace as well, but I would argue as well that Comet Blasters are able to insert their pace in this map mode combo more easily than the previous map mode combo. So who knows? Maybe PAL has figured out how to mitigate that, but if not, Comet Blasters could wrap this one up real quick.
Yeah, I mean, the fun thing about two zones is that you get some forgiving chances. If the cap comes out, you might be able to stall it. PAL going for that meta Explo there can be huge for them. They can be vital, but Cold needs to find the picks they need to find. Opting to go armorless, though, might bite them here, as Nido has armor, and that Tri-Slosher, a very aggressive weapon, which is able to pop that armor quite quickly. And here you go. You're going to see them going for this first zone. PAL getting the first pop. Cap, sorry, but they're going to find 3 down rather quickly. And there's the wipe all the way, I think, from Twig. The Splash, the K-Shot player pushing all the way up. And PAL now is on the back foot as points start ticking for Comet Blaster specials, ready for them to pop in.
Yeah, in this particular situation, getting the first points on the board isn't necessarily the most important thing, but at least in the context of having all the players active, what you really want to do is make sure that once you get those points on the board, they're not really going to be able to clap back. And that's what Comet Blasters has been doing. Even just popping into their spawn even more. The flanking maneuver, that was a trade, but that was still a very effective way to get a player off of the side of Purdue air launchers while they have the zone captured. 25 to PAL's 98. This is pretty much what I predicted, unless PAL is able to clap it back somehow.
The Expo there doing a great job stalling, and they're going to be able to find the cap on that left side. I'm telling you, this zone can be stalled so easily, and that's exactly what we see Cole doing there. They're going to go down to the Tri-Slash there, but not before finding a pick on the K-Shot, and there's going to be a flank around the side that's going to find another pick as Nido here trying to do everything they can against this roller here, and they're going to opt to disengage as they just stall the zones. One zone to Comet Blasters, one zone to PAL. Nido doing a great job holding his top mid. Armor ready. Splashdown coming out on that right side zone. Nido's going to be forced to back up here to missiles. Armor is ready, but Baller is on the side of PAL is also ready. The roller there going down as 2 specials on Comet Blasters are going to come online. Storm coming out first. Armor ready to be popped. Same that bomber. There comes the armor. Now they're going to Nido is here. Going to push up this left side, look for a pick on the front lines here. Against this Expo, they're going to find it. The Expo playing maybe a little bit too aggressive. Now in a 1v1 with that roller again. Deja vu all over again in this little choke area. Nido there going to have to jump out as they're not in the best position. And they're going to be able to continue to walk out here 4-4.
I really like that coordination with the Storm and the armor. Just picking the right time to just push the zone and just shave as many penalty points as possible. We were in the 60s and now we're in the 20s with regards to penalty points. And yeah, that Explosion was putting on mad pressure. Maybe not wanting to go with the roller 1v1, but I would argue in that situation the objective wasn't necessarily to get the kill, but just to mitigate the pressure that roller would have put on and just push him back as soon as possible, as much as possible.
Off in the front lines there, stalling the entire games, getting PAL 3 down back to back, forcing Cold all the way into spawn with that baller there. They're not going to be able to find an opportunity back in his own. Nido, easily the MVP of that game, stalling that zone out for that second hold. Comet Blasters, UT Dallas taking the set 3-0.
That slosher play was Nido indeed. just 100% pressure. Just not letting Pal even breathe. That was just a masterclass in how to just push an entire team back single-handedly. That's like the equivalent of like pub stomping in COD with an overpowered weapon is what that is. That was magnificent to watch.
But there you have it. I mean, Comet Blasters of UT Dallas going to take this set 3-0. Purdue Air Launchers back to the drawing board. Need to figure out a little bit how to play a little bit slower, a little more coordinated, call out those flanks. I mean, Sequence Tetra is obviously giving them mad amount of pressure in that tower control game. You know, once they can get over this hurdle, once they can find a way to control those hotspots and get good movement in, you know, PAL's going to be a significantly stronger team and really making a showing in these tournaments in the future.
Indeed. Shout out to all of the players, of course. Everyone put on something fierce. That was a really tough battle to watch. Pal did put up a great fight. But, yeah, nah, that last match, that tri-slosher play, I can't get over that. I'm going to need a minute to process that. What do you say? Can you take a breather?
I think a breather sounds magnificent.
All right, we'll be back. Until then. We are back once again, and this time we've got a proper East Coast Rumble. We're bringing back Michigan State and bringing them up against Hofstra Pride out of Long Island, New York.
Yeah, I mean, an interesting match we're going into here. Neither of these two teams, really have shown themselves in public tournaments before this point. So seeing how these two teams are able to duke it out as we go in here. Let me take a look at their rosters real quick. Yeah, I mean, both these two teams, I'm not personally recognizing any names, but that doesn't mean that these two teams are not going to have a rumble, to use your word, in this latest. Game 1 here going to be on Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard. A difficult map to find the space you need to move in. So an interesting challenge for these two teams.
Lots of cover to cover, but the lanes are pretty wide, so there's a lot that you can do with regards to engagements, and obviously there's a lot of movement potential for the Rainmaker itself. It just really depends on what comps they decide to come out with in terms of how they decide to approach and how they navigate around the map. So, what would you do with this map mode combo?
Sure. I mean, we spoke a bit about Nito's Tri-Slosher from last round. And on Black Belly zones, I mean, obviously you're going to be able to find the edges, find the lips, find the places to slosh in. But Sturgeon Shipyard also has those opportunities, you know, pushing in through Spinner into Snipe, finding an opportunity in Window, finding, you know, even past that when you're looking at that street area. Lots of places for a slosher, Tri-Slosher, or any kind of bucket to use its quirk to its advantage.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this starts off. We can get a lot about how these teams operate from just that first match.
Right, and I mean, obviously, Rainmaker having that GG Stingray as an option, that's going to be a nice fail-safe for either of these two teams if they opt to run it. Hofstra Pride from Long Island going to be running a V-Jet with those missile spam and a slosher coming out from Nick on the side of MSU. Two comps that I think play off of a common meta, but at least add some quirks to it. You know, Hofstra Pride obviously taking a much more North American quad shooter approach to it, as they are going to be able to go for this first top right out of here is Ashley, but they're going to be able to find it and now push into the right side.
They got the ability to send a lot of rounds down range with that weapon combination, especially the range part with the Pro and the Welcher, but not really able to stop MSU from getting the first push. They've only gotten closer as they decide to take the left flank, and they may be at an elevation disadvantage now, but with that splash wall, they can make a lot of damage happen without getting damage on them themselves.
MSU forcing this Rainmaker forward. They're not going to fight fine all the picks they need to ender, but this 3-out. They're going to get shredded by that pop, and they're not going to get out. They are going to help their teammates by stalling a little bit, finding picks they needed. Now the T-Tech coming around from that backside, looking for that last pick on that slosher. They are going to find it, but not before they go down themselves. Now 2v1, they're going to find one pick. Ashy now stuck, trying to fight this. And
oh
Chef,
my goodness.
A couple more points, shoving it down the throats of Hofstra, getting it all the way down to 31. With only like a minute and 20 seconds into this game, but they're not done. The wall's protecting them from jumps. They're going to be able to come back in. Fumi looking for an opportunity, having these missiles online. They're going to go one down. MSU trying to continue this pressure, but finally they're going to be able. Hofstra's going to be able to grab the Rainmaker and drop it off, leaving 3 down, but losing that Rainmaker back to bed.
That was admirable though. You gotta respect Chef keeping that push nice and warm. A good medium rare if you ask me. And it looks like, yeah, Nick with the slosher trying to flank more. It really does come down to getting that push, getting that breakthrough in order to finish the push all the way. Hofstra Pride now taking possession of the Rainmaker, but those missiles are going to shut it down instantaneously. Having that unrelenting offense and then just a rapid response on defense, MSU is not playing around anymore.
Nick pushing all the way up with this slosher, trying to use it to their advantage. They're going to force some people back. The Rainmaker just stalled here, a wall from that 52 gal behind them. The zap is down. Nick is going to be able to apply a tremendous amount of pressure here. The Rainmaker grabbed by Hofstra somewhere in there and reset a 3v2 situation, make that 2v2. But look at all this pain MSU has in it.
Oh, 100%. Ender just ending any chances of a rapid Hofstra push by just hovering mid in paint. But you never know. Hofstra could slowly turn the tide in their favor. They're just going to have to mitigate the damage being caused by that slosher. Captain N can't really pick up the Rainmaker with the inkjet, but they can at least clear the area. And with that armor, something can start to form.
Yeah, I mean, the Rainmaker now grabbed by Hofstra, 4v4 situation, but two specials are online for MSU. Missiles forcing Fumi around this left side, looking for a pick, and they're going to be able to find one, but they are going to go down to a 2v1 afterwards. Now 2 in mid, trying to push one back. They're going to find a pick on that T-Tech. Now just the Rainmaker here, as Sandy is able to push in and find the pick they needed. I mean, MSU back in mid, applying pressure again, putting paint down all the way up into that sponge area, and Hofstra back on the back foot.
Yeah, now look at just the way Sandy is just reacting to these flank attempts. Just putting on a play that's forced, rough, and irritating to the Hofstra Pride players. My goodness. And yeah, no, MSU is back on their bull again. Oh my good. Oh, yeah, now they put a couple more points on the board, but Hofstra Pride was able to just shut that down right on time.
DKL finding a nice bomb pick on Chef there. I mean, look, every point matters, and especially with the way MSU has been playing, stalling this game for as long as they have been, it's going to be very difficult for MSU to get, or Hofstra to get a push all the way to 29. 31 was already unbeatable, but I mean, the extra 2 points make a significant difference in a game like this.
100%. I admire the push, but the MSU players are spread out and just bent on preventing the Rainmaker from making any progress on that side. Ooh, that just cutting it close with that Booyah Bomb. I like these lobs from the Rainmaker, but unless the teammates are able to push in a positive direction, the Rainmaker carrier is just a sitting duck at this point. Oh, but yeah, nah, that's, and just cleaning up, making sure everything is spotless, covered in blue ink, and that's going to be it. The squid bag to signal the end of the match. MSU has decided that this time things are going to be a little different on school. We're going to be a lot more confident. We're gonna show them what's what.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to figure out who these two teams were in the beginning, and it looks like Hofstra was a Ludi team going 3-2 in season 11 under the name Overthink. But MSU clearly is proving that notoriety and experience isn't always the answer. If you can just find the picks you need and just play Splatoon on some level, that's going to be all you need to hold forward and take the game. And that's exactly what they did there. On a Rainmaker, though, stalling can be pretty easy. You know, you just keep the pressure up, you find the picks. Clam Blitz requires much more coordination to get the points in the first place. And so seeing how Hofstra is going to be able to attack that in this game, too.
You know, especially Rainmaker on Sturgeon, because there are just so many sight lines that you can cover. Clam Blitz on Snapper Canal, though, that's going to be a different situation. Because, yeah, obviously you gotta pick up the clams and you gotta move quickly, but also because there's not a lot of cover on that map, at least compared to Sturgeon from what I can see. And the route from picking up the clams to just planting them is quite linear, so we'll have to see if Hofstra Pride can pick up the pace a little bit.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but in that last game, MSU did not have a backline, did they?
I don't remember them having one, no.
So on such a long map like this where missiles or Stingray can really do a lot in pushing Street from that left side, you know, having the range specials allowing you to not actually put yourself at risk, but apply specials and force them back. Hofstra here might actually have an advantage with that V-Jet player from that last round, who, you know, did a lot to stall that Rainmaker and deny points in that top right area early in the match. Here, they're going to be able to maybe flip that script and play aggressively and help push into that right side here on that street area.
Yeah, when there's not a lot of cover, if you're at a range disadvantage, there's very little you can do to mitigate that. So we'll see if Hofstra Pride can use that to their advantage with comps being constant or similar, or if MSU is able to put some range on.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's not like you're locked into the same comp and they have freedom to switch out. A Slosher here not having quite the free reign as it had last time in the top left area. Snapper Canal being a much more hilly map rather than ledges is not always is gonna make it a little more difficult, especially based on where those hills are placed. Here we go, game 2. MSU is up 1-0 over Hofstra in a play all 3 match with double zap coming out on the side of Hofstra.
Okay.
And Hydra Slosher combination on the side of MSU.
MSU coming out with the range, and then is that an Octobrush from Captain N on the side of Hofstra Pride? That's unexpected. We thought they were gonna go for the range. Octobrushes are like a very in-your-face type of like weapon, and they can be really good against like other close range weapons. I know that like as a dualies player, whenever I go up against an Octobrush, I have to be at a really, really specific range to be effective. I don't know if this is what I would have gone for Shipyard though, because like, yeah, no, well, not only has MSU put the first points on the board with several other clams well on the way, but because everything's so like open, you are very liable to getting clapped by some long-range weapons.
MSU feeding for all of these clams in. They're going to be able to find quite a few points, getting all the way down to 41, but not quite the man advantage they wanted there. Now finally back up to 4v4, and they're gearing up for another push on this right side. Hofstra has an opportunity to get their specials ready and push back in, and armor and missiles ready, but their 52 gal down is going to make it difficult for them as the missiles come back online. The ball going in for this water area. That's going to nearly lose them the ball as the Brush finds the pick they need. The ball, though, luckily surviving on this left side. The slosher, Nick, pushing in, not quite finding the pick they needed. And Ender moving in there from the left side, finding the ball into the basket, and a couple more clams, but they're going to go down themselves.
Ender attempting to end the penalty, but at least putting more pressure onto Hofstra Pride. Yeah, no, just defending the canal is like the one situation where I could see the Octobrush being especially effective, because we saw that power clam almost falling into the water, but with enough pressure, like Hofstra Pride was eventually just able to crack, and MSU was able to put more on the board. Frankly, enough clams for an entire seafood restaurant. But let's see if Hofstra Pride is able to serve up some sick plays of their own. Right now, they've only got one clam to MSU's 13. Maybe they're thinking they'll be picking up some clams from the adversaries, but it really comes down to making that initial push. Maybe flanking like Fumi was trying to do, and just tripping them up.
Fumi looking for an opportunity in street there. They're not going to find one, and their teammates are going to go down around them now with 3v3 situation. Missiles online and ready. Inkjet ready. As a flank goes around the lock side, Fumi is not going to be able to find the pick, and they're going to have control of the opponent's snipe as they look for possibly a jump play. Now the same thing mirrored on the other side. Captain Endo opting to back up, not go down. And now a 3v4 situation as MSU has quite the opportunity to move in, getting a nice pick on that inkjet, canceling it out. A 4v2 situation with two balls trying to move in. Ender though going down, and the other one going down as well to the CDS, the NSAP there. A nice play there as Chef opts to pick up the ball and back up and just play it safe and stall a little bit longer in mid.
Chef might be about to cook though. Chef is painting the zone though. This is gonna be, of course it's gonna be down to patience, but I really like how Chef is trying to maintain coverage. Obviously he goes down there, but the entire team of MSU is making good progress with regards to just inching towards the goalpost, and they have two power clams in play once again. So it's going to take some stellar defense from Hofstra Pride, and they've got armor now. Yeah, Hofstra's going to need to just come up with something real fast if they don't want to get scored on again.
Andy playing for that risky left side. They're not going to quite be able to get the ball in as they're forced not through the rail. Now Ender here with the second ball, not going to be able to get it in as they go two down and opting to back up. The Slosher looking for an opportunity. They push around this right side. Nick looking for the pick and not quite going to be able to find it. Leaving 4v2 as that hero brush finds two pick. Captain N saving that push and now opting to find an opportunity on this left side, sharking a little bit, trying to find that Hydra on an off angle. Inkjet is ready. The 52 gal gonna find a nice trade on that Hydra, simplifying the turf there as Sandy has a ball ready. Now looking at a 2v2 situation, missiles online for Hofstra. They're gonna solo missile that ball carrier. Not a bad idea to force Sandy out of the game. Hofstra has to find some clams quickly if they want an opportunity. Sandy now rotating back into street with this ball, trying to do anything they can, but a nice big target and a nice thing now.
The suction bomb, disabling the splash wall and taking a member of Hofstra Pride in the process. 15 seconds left on the clock. If Sandy can like score really late into the, oh my god, they botched the throw again, but they get one in. 4 seconds left. They really don't need to do anything anymore. This match is in the bag. They had opportunities to really put it in Hofstra Pride's face with those two throws that didn't quite make it. But either way, they get the dub and they make a statement.
MSU playing around that left side often almost bit them there as that ball fell off early game, and they did it a couple more times. We saw them miss that power clem twice back to back. I mean, the left side is a really hard area to push in through, especially if you don't have the aggression in through right that you needed. But either way, they're going to be able to take the game as Hofstra struggled to get set up and find the clams they needed in neutral.
Yeah, no, the important thing is that you know where all of the clams are, and you know where they could go in relation to the rest of the players. If you're in the lead and you see, yeah, no, the clams aren't going anywhere anytime soon, you can afford to be a little more gutsy. But yeah, no, whatever it takes to get the win. Obviously, MSU could have shut it down sooner if they were a little more effective in planning those power clams and they didn't have those really close misses. But either way, they get the win, and they get a little bit of a learning experience out of that. So maybe next time they're in that situation, they won't miss those.
Yeah, in game 3, as we move on to tower control, we talked about this before, it being a predictable objective where you know exactly where the path of the objective will go. Hofstra might be able to use that to their advantage, not quite get called out on those flanks, not quite get caught off guard by the aggression of MSU, and now playing a little bit more slowly, more collected, as we talked about before as well, and you know, being able to move into that bats, that snipe area as a team together ahead of tower.
Yeah, especially on a map as small and compressed as Inkblot Art Academy. That's as open area as you can get on a small map. So yeah, I mean, we've seen them be unpredictable with the composition so far. We thought last match Hofstra was going to put on the range without, and then they did the opposite. So we'll see what they come up with this time. Maybe they'll try to be more conventional. Maybe they'll be more shooter heavy. Maybe bring out a Broa, I don't know.
Yeah, both teams proving they know how to use range to their advantage. The Hydra and V-Jet coming out for both teams. But a Luna Blaster on the side of Hofstra is going to give them some nice aggression. But they are facing a remix, which is going to be very difficult. Nick on that K machine is going to give them some nice hold forward aggression that they might need to control the top right and top left areas.
And yeah, right now they are wasting no time. They've got people on the tower already. Hofstra Pride having the actual paint on the tower, but not quite able to execute. Sandy just pulling up a sandstorm as MSU gets the first points on the board, all while just providing a rapid response to any defensive plays on the side of Hofstra Pride, which seems to have brought out some sort of bomb launcher or just a really well-coordinated bomb attack. But yeah, no, any points gained is good points gained as long as all of your team is safe and Hofstra Pride knows what they're going up against.
And he's finding a nice couple picks there as Nick now pushes along the right side. They're going to be able to distract in the top right area, finding a nice trade on that zap. That's going to be no armor on the side of Hofstra as MSU gears up to get this first checkpoint. They're going to go another player down as the remix now tries to stall out that tower. Missiles coming online from Ender. They're going to rotate around this left side stack looking for an opportunity. Storm out on the side of Hofstra is going to delay this tower back into mid. And with the K machine down, she's ready for Hofstra. That's the Jet and armor. Great to coordinate together. Hofstra has an opportunity to move in, but they are in a 3v3 situation.
Yep, make that 2v3 with, yeah, 2 down, the other players just spawning in, but Hofstra Pride takes the tower, and it looks like MSU isn't quite ready to attack yet. Everyone seems to push back and spawn with the exception of one player who tried to flank, but just got shot from behind. Hofstra Pride actually going to be the first one to clear a checkpoint, but MSU just clapping back immediately. They're going to have to watch out for those missiles and that Ink Storm. Hofstra Pride has learned how to put on a good amount of pressure in a very short amount of time. You got to commend them for that. And it'll be interesting seeing how they maintain that as MSU finds their feet again.
Fumi looking for an opportunity on this left side. So is the Octobrush as they're ahead there. They're going to go down in a 1v1, a 3v4 situation now as Hofstra is stalled back on their plat. A great opportunity for MSU to take this tower as a 4v2. Fumi now getting knocked back by that K-Machine, not really having an opportunity to move into this left side. The K-Machine finds a nice pick. Nick saving that right side flank in a 3v3 situation. Remix with that free already to come online along with the missiles. Chef finding a nice pick right there as the Octobrush is alone. Now a flank to the right side as they are going to get 1 point from lead and be able to take it right there as now one goes down a 3v2 situation. MSU is not done with their push anytime soon.
The absolute patience of that slot, finding an opening, disrupting with a flank attempt that failed, but at least kept Hofstra Pride distracted enough for MSU to push further. They might be clearing the second checkpoint. The entire team of MSU is spread out, and they still got a lot of members alive and active. So as long as they remain within proximity of the tower, they can make this work. Because like, even as one flanking attempt fails, whoever gets the pick on the side of Hofstra Pride has to deal with the next man up on MSU's platoon. And it's just a grueling grind. But MSU is the one that's been making it work so far. Just avoiding those missiles like it's child's play, getting back on the tower, and just keeping the pressure on.
Nick using those fizzy bombs to their advantage. They bomb out this left side. The tower being pushed all the way back to that second checkpoint. Once again, the Kuna Blaster going down, a 2v3 situation as the Remix goes down along with the Zap. Now Ender is looking for an opportunity to find this Ink Rush on an off angle. They're not going to quite find the pick they needed, but they are going to be able to hop back on tower and get it back in the direction they wanted. A 4v3 situation. The Zap goes down once again, but a nice ink check direct as a 2v3 happens now. Just the Remix alive. Captain N keeping this game alive for their team, but they're going to be able to find an assist as well on that Remix. A delayed wipe in their favor. They have to hold forward and move up in a safe way if they want to get this win. Captain N now doing exactly that. As they look for a pick up of the machine, they're going to find one.
Yes.
They're almost going to fall off the map there.
The missile.
Backing up in a little bit of fear, and they're going to go down to a flanked bomb by Sandy with this NZAP. Now looking for another opportunity. They're going to find one.
The pick in the dive.
White. Sandy with that flank, saving them from the fear that was Captain N, and a 4v3 situation as the respawns come out for Hofstra. 10 more seconds as MSU just needs to stall for a little bit longer, and they will take this game in 3-0 fashion.
The captain's still trying to take the charge as Hofstra briefly takes the tower, but Stan D just flanking and destroying everything in their path. What a brilliant maneuver from saving the tower from Hofstra Pride to just putting the signature on the contract, ending everything. 15 picks as well. Everyone on MSU was very productive offensively. Like, just when Captain N was making that big push, yeah, Captain N got a lot of good picks, but the MSU guys maintained composure, and all it took was just brilliant maneuvering from Sandy to just crumble everything for Hofstra Pride.
Nice pushes, nice coordination. Hofstra, though, not out of any of those games completely. You know, finding opportunities of their own in each of them, though MSU obviously taking the set 3-0. A little bit dominating fashion there in certain moments, but again, you know, a fun set to watch, fun, competitive gameplay, honestly, from these two teams. And we're going to take a short break, and we will see you in round 4 of Swiss.
Indeed. Close matches, but commanding matches for the first 3 rounds. Let's see if we can get a 2-1 on round 4. Till then. We are back, and we've actually got two of our previous stream winners fighting for what I believe is the third seed at a 2-1 record each. We've got Squids at Cal from the other NorCal UC once again versus the Comet Blasters over at UT Dallas. I think Squids at Cal are in the lead slightly because of their win percentage, but either way, this set is going to decide everything.
Yeah, I mean, going into bracket here, having an advantageous seed can do a lot. I think it's fun. I mean, looking at these two rosters, we see Nita, we see Seeker, we see Twig, we see Gem, Radish. I mean, all these players who know each other, who've played together, who have fought, whether it's in drafts, in tournament, and a lot of emotions here as we go into a set that, while, you know, maybe not for a grand prize of millions and bajillions of dollars, but certainly bragging rights with your friends and an important set, to say the least. We're going to go here into a little bit of a strange map, Splatson's Camp Triggerfish, and I do know Gem of Squids at Cal is was at least a tent main, so we might be seeing that tent come out here and just try to wreak havoc on those long, skinny zones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Just any weapon like that will be really good in just areas with just long sight lines just surrounded by walls. So let's see what comps they come out with.
Blob and a leader, Twig using their long range versus
Buckets.
Yeah, I mean, no armor comp, I believe, on the side of Comet Blasters. UT Dallas, the mini with hammer opting from Gem, going to be on a quick flank on that right side, trying to get that hammer quick to pop and control that zone. The blob, though, on the side of Squids at Cal, it's going to be huge for them to control this area. Radish, though, stalling this zone after the first couple points. Are going to go to Squids at Cal, and 2 down as they lose the fight on the right side. Squids at Cal taking a huge advantage as Comet Blasters are forced back here into their street.
Yeah, no, those bubbles are dangerous. But the Comet Blasters got some bubbles of their own. They just gotta get themselves in there and try to assert themselves over the situation, get some points before. Oh no. Oh no, their blobber just fell in the water. Oh wait, I'm being told that the team colors are wrong. So it's actually... Who's in the lead? Comet Blasters?
Yeah, no, maybe it just got switched. Sorry, maybe I'm wrong. But Squids at Cal there on purple. Comet Blasters are in the lead there as the zone is being stalled out here. Squids at Cal trying to do everything they can. Radish will push all the way back onto this sponge with missiles ready. Bomb Rush, though, online. Along with those missiles, the missile's going to come out to try to take some space. 45 ticks, there was a huge lead on a map like Camp Triggerfish. The Blobobber goes down on that right side, struggling to find an opportunity. Is Squids at Cal's Twig gets a nice pick on that Explo.
Oh, yes.
Now a 2v4 situation as that E-leader is doing a great job commanding space from the other side.
Yeah, the Blobber and the E-leader are just able to give that coverage like AT&T 5G, I would dare say. But yeah, no, the flanks like that just put icing on the cake. Right now, Squids at Cal is asserting their authority a little bit more. Just not quite able to maintain control of the zone because Comet Blasters are just painting everywhere. Now they're in control. That Blobber is trying to get some damage done to the corner, but not quite able to hit. But the E-leader has access to elevation, and they've just taken someone out. We'll see if there's more to follow.
Gem now looking for an opportunity on that blob. They're not going to quite find the pick they wanted as they're forced back here on the left side. He's rotating around this left, trying to find back in their zone, but they're going to be 3 down on their own as Squids at Cal has penalty points to take down on the side of Comet Blasters. We're going to see the blob there on the side of Squids trying to find an opportunity on the left as Radish now tries desperately for that arm, or that missile, sorry. but not having armor is kind of making it difficult for Squids at Cal. Every time Comet Blasters pop it, you know, they either end up one down like that blob there, or forced around or forced to give up space. And now with 40 ticks left total on the side of Comet Blasters, Squids at Cal has to make a move here and fast as Radish and Gem push around this right side, looking for an opportunity hammer coming online through this zone.
Oh yes, and the Squids at Cal are trying some flanks of their own, but that specials coordination is just a lot for them to handle. Comet Blasters just taking off all of their penalty points, and once they regain control of that second zone, they're going to be shaving more points to the City College of New York.
Twig doing a great job demanding that left side, not allowing anyone in, finding 2 picks back-to-back as Gem and Radish both are not able to find an opportunity pushing in there. PCW falling off the edge of the map, trying to slot
That's
over their
the second time a
wall.
Slosher has fallen in the
And
water.
with
That
one
is
tick left
unfortunate.
that game.
That is
That's
unfortunate. I know we want to go swimming, but it ain't summer just yet, Cal. It ain't summer just yet. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, no, I mean, like, they had some close battles, but it's those little things that count, like, in the long run. You can't be making mistakes like that when you're up against a formidable foe like the Comet Blasters, because you might be formidable as well, but when they're putting this amount of pressure on you and they're developing this kind of lead on you early on, if you do stuff like that, you're just asking for disaster.
You know, one of the things I try to do when I'm commentating is not show my bias towards armor weapons as a junior main, but in some degree, Comet Blasters with that armor, with that end zap there, being able to pop it anytime they needed that extra layer of defense, and Squids at Cal wasn't able to find an opportunity in, you know, close games, or a close game for sure, you know, that zone getting stalled at least the one time, but definitely a struggle on that right side as Twig was able to use their leader to their advantage. Here's a fun quirk about Twig's gameplay. They are a backline brush flex. So predicting how they're going to play and what they're going to pick can be very difficult there. And the E-leader obviously demanding last game. I would be surprised if Twig opts to run a backline again here on Rainmaker Muscle Forge Fitness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Hold on a second.
Sure. I mean,
I haven't seen Muscle Forge in a while, so I'm just trying to figure out how. Oh wait, yeah, Muscle Forge is that map.
what I'll say
Rainmaker
about
on
Muscle
that
Forge
map is gonna be really funny. Just
It's this
trying to
choke
take
point
control of
when-
that hill.
It's a choke point in this bottom left area that's really hard to push through, but once you do, you can play really stalled defense, and Secant with those Tetras is going to do a great job at that. But here we go, Squids at Cal opting to run Junior for armor this time. That's going to be a very quick armor. I am quite happy. Versus a zap on the side of Squids, Nito, Comet Blaster, sorry, with Nito over there. The Blob now doing a good job controlling this left side, using their bucket to their advantage. Now running a little bit out of ink, trying to find opportunities. Left side, Gem is on the right there, trying to find something. Kia being forced back there by that end zap. They're not going to quite be able to find the opportunity they wanted. And as Radish goes down the other side of the map along with PTW, that's 2 of their main painters down. Kia now stalling around this pit area, trying to find an opportunity, but they're not going to quite find it as 3 specials come online for Comet Blasters, and they grab the Rainmaker looking to push it right side.
Yeah, once you get stuck in that trench, you're in really dangerous territory, and you have to really be careful how you approach things, especially when the other team has that elevation advantage and everyone's on deck. Right now, Comet Blasters, oh my goodness.
Yeah,
With the Tetras as well.
He's doing a great job with those Tetras, finding an opportunity, pushing all the way up into this wall area, trying to get some fall-off hits. They're not going to quite find it. Nito, though, getting around that corner and getting points. Last ball,
That's going to be it. That's going to be it.
KO.
Oh my goodness.
Nah, that's Muscle Forge Rainmaker for you. You get around that corner, it can be all over. Secant doing a great job flanking through that middle, great area, and then around the right side, getting all the way up into that top right wall. Easily carrying that game in the end there, taking the hot spots they needed, and positionally winning the set 2-0 over Squids at Cal.
All of those angles were covered. Secant was just doing all kinds of trigonometry that match. And just good job to Comet Blasters for just maintaining that pressure throughout. We do have one more match, Clam Blitz on Mako Mart. So we'll see if Squids at Cal will be better at putting on a little bit more pressure there. There's a lot of different sightlines and choke points in that map. So once you've gathered the clams, whoever's able to approach the end zone more carefully and just navigate throughout all the lines of the map will get the advantage.
Yeah, I mean the Blob's struggling to find an opportunity in both of these sets, but you know, on a map like Mako Mart, using those stacks, using them where they can, is going to be huge for them. And hopefully sticking to their guns and sticking to what they know, pulling up that Blob Bobber here can make a huge difference. Even when this is the most one of the most fast-paced Clam Blitz maps the game has to offer.
Indeed. Yeah, nah, the only map I like more for Clam Blitz than Mako Mart is probably Piranha Pit. I just like how there's a lot of cover, there are a lot of lanes that the players can navigate through, but if you opt to go the elevation route, you've got a lot of sight lines, so really you're able to control how you approach every engagement, every situation, and if you're effective, you can control the pace in turn, especially in Clam Blitz where you can be really quick when you want to score, but then when you've picked up the lead, you can opt to slow things down for the other team, cover all the bases, try to play a little bit of tower defense, that kind of thing.
Bubbles are doing a great special, to stall out areas, you know, being able to just get them into freezer and just leave them there, stall with them, is something that we might see Gem take advantage of, who ran Squeezer last time. But enough speculation. You know, Game 3, Clam Blitz Mako Mark for a tiebreaker. Squids at Cal wanting to get what now at this point might be considered an upset win, as they're going to push up here. A tri-slosher from Nito on the side of Comet Blasters. Double bucket from Squids at Cal. Really want to take advantage of those stacks as Gem flexes to that K machine here, opening on the left side of the map.
Kia keeping out that Blob Lobber as well, so we got different kinds of bubbles that might be popping out. And there are a lot of little nooks and crannies that the bubbles on the side of the Blob Lobber can go through on a map like Mako Mart. So if you're intelligent with your positioning, you might be able to get something going. But CCAN's been the one taking advantage of positioning as they make an early push, try to help Comet Blasters gain a clam advantage. So far it's close. I personally wouldn't have pushed too far without the cover of my team, but I appreciate the attempt to try to trip up Squids and Cal because putting on pressure is always important.
But look at that's what Tetras do. That's what CCAN's doing here. You know, they're pushing up, they're taking space, they're finding picks. A trade is beneficial to them because what they're doing here as Tetras is they're pushing up, they're rolling around, they're making themselves impossible to hit and unpredictable, and they're going to find a pick and slowly but surely stall out Squids at Cal until they don't have an opportunity though. Twig there getting a nice pick on that Blob Bobber who had just recently gotten rid of CCAN as a jump comes out from the left side, looking to push in. Gem now on the left side trying to place a nice defensive action.
Of course. Yeah, just be sure to pick your targets. Try to reduce the plans of the enemy team as much as possible. And possibly more important than that, try not to overextend, because if you do, you might lose clams early. Good thing is, Comet Blasters have found their footing, and they planted the power clam right away. Okay, I think they're jumping with more clams now, trying to keep that push alive as much as possible. You have to admire the coordination here. They know that they have Squids at Cal out on the back foot, and they are taking advantage of that as much as possible.
CCAN pushed up that right side there, and as the ball went down in mid, they were able to rotate back and get that ball in, and then open up the door for their push. You know, a couple more clams going in there with a feed for that Splash-O-Matic, but that's not going to matter, as getting down to 56 is quite a good push, though. Twig going down on that right side with the brush. Squids at Cal in a major advantage. Now the Tri-Slasher going down as well. 3 specials ready for Squids at Cal. The missiles and Stingray are going to be popped here early as they work to get a ball together. Kia opting to throw out their bomb rush, take an opportunity here on this left side, looking to get the ball in, but they're going to get forced back a little bit, just in a little bit of fear or the hesitation that those Tetras might be sharking. They are going to get the ball in as they back up. The Tetras behind them, though. Going to find a pick, stall out that ball thrower, and we're going to have to miss basket there. A 4v2 situation as that C-Jet is on respawn. Comet Blasters, some clutch defense on a flank from CCAN.
Oh my goodness, they could have... The same thing happened again with the near miss. But yeah, no, the important thing is Comet Blasters was able to prevent them from correcting the situation with that lockdown defense, and now picking up clams every which way from all of the engagements. They have 2 power clams in play. They just have to be really careful because now Squids at Cal is not messing around when it comes to their defense and their positioning. Previously, Comet... Go ahead.
Comet Blasters, 30 Clems online, looking for an opportunity to jam around, or Twig, sorry, around that right side with that hammer. Not going to find a pick they need, but they are going to get close to the Clem. Now 2 power Clems, this match mixes. The Stingray comes online, looking for an opportunity. They are going to get flanked on the right side as many Clems in coming from that side. FTW looking for an opportunity, not quite going to be able to find it with that C-Jet as a Tri-Slosher dancing around them there in that bunker. 22 points from Comet Blaster on that push. A magnificent attempt as Twig is not done, throwing a couple more, getting it all the way down to 16. A 2v3 situation on the field.
Yeah, that miss was tough to watch, but at least they took advantage of their situation and they were able to just throw in as many clams as they could, just really making up for lost time with this situational and positional awareness. Right now, PTW sending out the Stingray, gonna try to clear the area for a little bit before he throws out Power Clam Zone. We
nice
shall
pick on Lido, as now Comet Blasters pushing in with this stall. Jimby not quite able to find the pick they wanted as they get called out. PTW now with the C-Jet, gonna be able to push a little bit up but a little too far. Radish now picking up that pity, trying to force an opportunity as a 2v2 is on the field. Twig sharking this left side, trying to call anyone out who's moving up. Radish with this ball gonna find a nice pick on Twig. That's gonna open the door for a push. Bomb rush is ready from Squids at Cal. Missiles now as well. Radish backing up, maybe wanting to pop this, and there it goes. A 3v4 situation, a 4v4 now. Armor ready from Comet Blasters. Everyone on this right stack looking for an opportunity in as Radish scores that power clam, goes down the Twig with the Octo Brush. The basket is open and they have to score now. If this basket closes, they lose the game with overtime. PTW scoring clams from behind, but not really having what they need for the win. And 2 down against the favor, make that 3. Comet Blaster getting just the defense they needed for UT Dallas to take this game against UC Berkeley.
I really liked PTW's attempt at timing the clam throws and just trying to go around and maybe try to flank and maybe find an opening for the other teammates, but it wasn't enough. PTW was just surrounded. There really was no answer, but I will say I really admired the back and forth that Squids at Cal were able to have. They just weren't able to be as productive as Comet Blasters defensively, even though they stepped it up offensively. They are still heading into top cut though, so maybe they'll still be able to learn from their mistakes.
Right. I mean, everyone making a bracket here is a nice backboard, especially as these two teams were towards the top of the Swiss bracket. Comet Blasters securing their place as 3rd seed as we move into top cut. Inkling Technology at Purdue ITAP taking 1st to UCSD's in 2nd. Bashdash, I believe that's all the time we have on the mic here for CCA's Booyah Bowl Invitational. Where can people find you?
At Bashdash4. Where can people find you?
You can find me, as always, on Twitter at BrushStrokes SPL. We're going to be passing over comms to DRF and Popgun. They will be on for your top cut. Comet Dash taking the set 3-0 for that 3rd seed. Take care. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with top cut.
You're going to love seeing this. Till then.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCA Booyah Bowl Collegiate Invitational. I am DRF, joined by the one and only Popgun, and we are here to stream the 8 seed versus 9 seed matchup at the start of our bracket here. And this is going to be a matchup between Purdue Air Launchers and the Metal Slugs of UC Santa Cruz.
Honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing here. I graduated college 9 years ago now, so here we are back. Good to see this. I've been keeping an eye on this tournament. Obviously, not just this one, but some of the others. It's good to see the growth of this tournament over the course of time. And now we got a couple of teams that we are kind of familiar with. Obviously, the Psychedelic Air Launchers. Well experienced. Played in a lot of tournaments outside of this college scene here. The UC Banana, not the Banana Slugs, they're the Metal Slugs. I believe the actual mascot is a banana slug. I have no idea what that is. But yeah,
I can tell you, it does not taste like bananas. That is for sure. But yeah, I mean, POW, previously known as Psychedelic Air Launchers, I believe had a slight rebrand to what is now the Purdue Air Launchers.
Well, there's Purdue Air Launchers now?
Yes, they are now the Purdue Air Launchers. So a little bit of a rebrand there.
You know what? I think I know why. It's because I think they got like endorsed by their university. And I think part of the reason was they had to like include Purdue somehow into their name. Okay, so that makes sense. So yeah, the Purdue Air Launchers. Still, it's the same kind of brand team, even if they're a little bit more affiliated with their actual team here. This is the 8th versus 9th place.
Yes.
So basically the play-in match for the bracket. So, in a best of 3 set at that, starting off with Tower Control at the Reef. I'll do a quick search. I don't know if these two teams have played against each other earlier today. It's very likely, considering that there's only 9 teams in this invitational. And it looks like the answer to that just so happens to be no. So this is the first meeting between these two teams as far as today is concerned.
Sweet. So we should be in for a little bit of a treat here. As, you know, there's not really any, I guess, set expectations. Both of these teams in the Swiss stage going 1 and 4. Some of that could have possibly been aided by various buys as well. So, you know, it's I guess that's what kind of makes this a little bit exciting, that we don't have, you know, the expectation of like, oh, like this team is definitely favored.
And look at the weapons that are coming out here. Is that a Kinsa Undercover Brella? It is, with last ditch effort. You know, that thing was meta for a little bit. I think it got nerfed, but it can still produce a lot of paint and a lot of armors. Obviously, Torpedo, very good at locating the enemy targets. So if they use that Brella the right way, it can help out the rest of their teammates here for Purdue. But one player, make that 2 players immediately go. 3, excuse me, immediately going down, and a wipe as Purdue starting to push up here.
Yeah, very, very quickly there, that wipe there is going to allow PAL to start moving up. And we actually already see a DC on the side of Santa Cruz. But now it seems like they're still playing it at moat, even though they are within the DC rules.
Yeah, it's possible they don't really recognize it just yet. Now that they got wiped, somebody might be like, oh, hey, wait a minute, our Kinsa Dooley player is gone. And you see Cold just kind of chilling here on the tower. Are they still fighting? They are, yeah. Wait, no, Rumble. Oh. Rumble knows what's up. Yeah, Rumble recognizing what's going on here. Yeah, anytime there's like a DC, you don't have to sit there and take the 10 missiles. But anytime there's a DC and you want to replay, you just kind of want to pump the brakes. You don't get a free opportunity to try to win the 3v4 and then get the replay anyway, so that's why you got to stop. But yeah, we'll reset that and try to go back into that. Are you the head TO for this one?
I guess you could classify me as the head TO for this, because I was definitely, I guess, the main organizer. So if you actually have any questions about anything, feel free to shoot them my way. Because yeah, no, I definitely was the one leading the effort to get this invitational together.
Well, since you're in charge of this thing and you saw that just happen, are you granting a replay to the Metal Slugs?
Yeah, no, the Metal Slugs totally get a replay there. I mean, a little bit slow to stop the game there, but it is still within the DC rules.
Yeah, that happens a lot where you're just like, hey, what happened to that other guy that's supposed to be on our team right now? Oh, they DC'd. Oh, when did that happen? Oh, interesting. Okay, so it might take a second for them to join back in. In the meantime, as we're looking at here, we're just waiting for this match to get done. Once that happens, the bracket stage will start. Everybody moves on to the bracket stage, I guess if you include this one here. With ITAP being the #1 seed, UCSD being #2. Honestly, I feel like that's likely to be the grand finals as well. Just kind of glancing at those two teams. But it's good to see all these other newer-ish teams coming in here. I see Michigan State's got a team. I think you said UT Dallas. Aztec Gaming, that's got to be San Diego, I'm assuming.
Yes, San Diego State University right there.
Who's the Comet Blasters?
The Comet Blasters or UT Dallas?
That's Dallas. Okay, Hofstra, Squids at Cal. A lot of Cal representation over here. I guess that makes sense. Obviously, there's a Cal team in our lobby right now. That state very much like one of the first states to really get into esports at colleges as a whole, as we see everybody come back out. Same weapons this time around. Ninja Squid, Kinsa Doolies as well. Back in here. Good to see you in, D4.
And very quickly here, starting to see a similar picture being painted as the Metal Slugs having a little bit of a difficult time early on, able to get on that tower very briefly before having to let it go back into the hands of Pal. But a nice double there from D4 before getting shut down themselves. So Pal going to be able to just keep a little bit of pressure on, but not going to be able to hold on to this tower.
Yeah, if you're just kind of D4 and you're just kind of floating around, putting pressure on the enemy players, forcing them out of position, good things are eventually going to happen, as they were able to get a double there, even though it cost them their life. But still, Pal able to get into position. Great. Get a nice double there. Should be able to clear this first checkpoint with ease. Not the most difficult one in the world to get past. Can they get past the second one, though, is going to be key. Cold struggling to get back on tower. Suction Bomb came flying in. That stalls things a little bit. But we need to see Santa Cruz just kind of start regrouping, coming in as a team, and instead we're seeing them just kind of come in one at a time, and that might cost them this checkpoint here.
Oh yeah, it definitely will end up costing them this checkpoint, as we see Pal continue to hold a numbers advantage. Every time we see, even if it's a couple people going down, it's always Pal that continues to hold that slight numbers advantage, and it seems like they're going to be able to ride this all the way to a knockout here in game #1. So Pal going to be taking this first game here on Tower Control, the Reef.
Just Pal might be the #8 seed right now out of all 9 teams here, but Pal's still really experienced at this game. Has played in a lot of tournaments, has really grown over the course of the past year or so. So it's still going to be a tough out for anybody who's just kind of getting into the scene, but still, opportunities here. It's best of 3. You make a nice play every now and then. Especially, what is this, Rainmaker that we're looking at here? Or is this Splat Zones? Splat Zones, okay. Splat Zones, Wahoo World. If you can get like the right kind of splats and force a lockout, there might be something here for Santa Cruz to work with. But obviously, Pal just went away from moving on to actual bracket stage.
Yeah, and with Splat Zone's Wahoo World, this is, I guess, one of those map modes where there's really there's only 2 ways to really get to a zone. This is going to be one of those where I anticipate that both teams are going to, we're going to see a bit of a skirmish right in the middle, but ultimately, whichever team's going to be able to get that early wipe, or even 3 down, is going to be able to start pushing up, and this is one of those where you can totally just lock out. So definitely anticipate that to happen going either way. So this one could be over very quickly.
Yeah, you got to coordinate specials to get out of this one. There's several there's like 3 different routes you can take to get to mid. Obviously your plat and your window, but you could also kind of attack the enemy window if you go underneath the carousel there. So you want to make sure you open up your map, keep an eye on everything. You don't want to get flanked from behind. But yeah, this is obviously a good situation for PAL. If they can, I believe they might use their Fire Fin here if they don't have something. No, going with the Hydra. I was about to say, personally, if you know me, you know I like using some Hydra on the Wahoo World. This is a Hydra playground. But Mahi coming out with the vanilla Splatling, so Stingray going to be used here. If they can keep that Stingray alive on their plat, which is what they're doing way back there, and fire it straight across, they could do so. They can kind of force PAL out of position right here, but they got a lot of painting power PAL does on their side of the map.
Yeah, they do, and this Bomber's going to be trying to come in and flip that zone, and it is successful in doing so, but it is not going to last long as we see Santa Cruz only able to get a couple points on the board, and the Stingray going to be pressured very heavily there. It's going to be Koreki that's able to get that pick, and now we are going to start to see this lockout situation that we were talking about as all of PAL is starting to move up inch by inch. And this is going to be a pretty difficult situation for Santa Cruz to get out of. They're going to really need to start to coordinate those specials. Able to get one pick there on the BDS, but they end up going 2 down themselves, make it 3 down. And my goodness, PAL is just continuing to make this living hell for Santa Cruz.
Yeah, they're just kind of doing a good job of taking advantage of the mistakes that Santa Cruz is busting out right here. 2 more players going down. Rumble basically kind of put in a situation. Now they do have a hammer to work with and bomb rush, so maybe, and the man advantage in their favor. It's not going to be much longer. If this hammer can get something done, they might be able to stall the zone a little bit. Instead, it gets taken down. That's going to be game. PAL just going to go ahead and win this one. Again, just PAL just a little bit too experienced right there. But credit definitely to Santa Cruz. They had a little bit of moments there where they could get something done.
Yeah, so that's going to conclude Santa Cruz's time here at the Booyah Bowl, unfortunately going down 0-2 to the Purdue Air Launchers. But honestly, just it is huge in the first place for them to be here. You know, every single college club that is represented is just major in every way. Even if, you know, you didn't perform as well as you like, just being able to represent and, you know, progress this collegiate Splatoon scene forward. Huge thank you to Santa Cruz for being here. But it is going to be PAL that moves on, and they will be facing their big brother team in ITAP in the next round. So that will be a pretty interesting one to keep an eye on. But for now, we are going to go ahead and take a short break while we get the rest of the bracket situated, and we will be coming at you with an exciting quarterfinal matchup. Stay tuned.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the College Cephalopod Association Booyah Bowl College Invitational. We are now in the top cut round of this bracket. We are bringing you guys Sparty of Michigan State taking on UC Berkeley, the Golden Bears, up in the northern side of California. You said this was a rematch behind the scenes, and I think you said Berkeley 1-3-0.
Yes, that is correct. So this is a round one Swiss rematch, and this was, I believe, the match that we had on stream as well. So if, everyone's gonna get to see, I guess, both of these sets play out. So Cal did win this previously, 3-0. But MSU is the higher seed here, and you know that's just because of how Swiss works and whatnot. So this one will be interesting to see if MSU has learned anything from that first set and if they're able to respond.
You know, yeah, first off, it's what did you take away from that set now that you know what the other team is going to do? And the second thing is, how much have you grown over the course of the set? Sometimes you come out to be first match of the tournament, you're a little sluggish. Maybe you're just starting to build some synergy with your teammates, but now that they know what they're doing, maybe they can put up a little bit of a better fight. But now that I'm seeing the players on Cal side of the map, like these are actual competitive players. Definitely Jim Radish and BTW I'm familiar with. So in any tournament, this would be a tough team to beat, regardless of the invitational we're in right now.
Yeah, no, definitely. A bunch of experienced players on the side of Cal. So I guess the real question is, have they been able to kind of piece themselves together? Because they all have the individual experience. Now, can they play together? And they are going 3 down here as we speak. So it seems like MSU has a little bit of an idea of how to play this a little bit differently than that first set.
Yeah, Michigan State coming out strong right here, getting a lot of splats, able to kind of push up, work together. Now, like we said, now they know what's coming. They're familiar with this team. And it's really hard to beat a team twice in the same tournament when the skill level is somewhat close together. Nice Stingray coming out here from that Splat Charger, and that's going to clear up these last 2 players. But this map, the key right here, you have to get a wipe. If you don't get a wipe, it's really hard to get any kind of sustainable push going, as Jim's trying to get control of the enemy bunker right there. And that's a key position they're going to have to try to fight, which is why you can realize that Jim is trying to make something happen. And I just realized, is that a Kimmy? It is. I don't know the last time I've seen that weapon on any stream.
I can also not say when the last time I've seen that is. You almost see this like never, like not even in like ranked or league. So this is, a kind of a gem here from Gem.
That hammer can be very effective as well. Especially in this map, there's a couple of spots you could throw it through the wall. You can time it just right. But still, Michigan State doing a good job of getting rid of all their penalty points, starting to chew through, do some permanent damage here, threatening to get the KO. They're doing a really good job of boxing out Cal.
They really are. And I mean, this is a very different team than what we saw in that first set earlier, where it was Cal that was always kind of bringing that pressure. MSU made all those previous games respectable, but this time they're coming out and swinging and saying, nah, those last couple we let slip away, but this one we are coming out and dominating as Michigan State secures game number 1 here on Splat Zone's Manta Maria.
We said it. It's not the same team as it was in round 1. Round 1 was what, 3 hours ago? Something like that?
Yeah, about 2.5 hours ago at this point.
2.5 hours ago, completely different teams coming out for Cal as well. Now, maybe that map was just a little unorthodox for Cal. Maybe they'll be a little bit better in the game too. Is this a preset map list?
Yes.
Top cut. Okay.
This is a preset map list. So everything has already been laid out ahead of time. There's already been a couple of discussions I've seen of what is this map list, but I like to bring a little bit of variety, a spice of life here with the map list. And no, this was not designed by Kraken Mayor, although Kraken did insist that we do have Triggerfish Splat Zones in that Swiss stage.
Hey, I don't see. There's not a lot of mid-level players here, so nobody's gonna subtweet you on Twitter. It's all right. You'll get away with it. Rainmaker main stage. This one's not bad. You can play this one.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of different routes you can take Rainmaker. Obviously, the main path straight down mid through the enemy pit. You can also be kind of cheesy, take it through the snipe on that grape area. If the other team kind of falls asleep right there. But the real question is who can get the Rainmaker up the furthest up the ramp. That's going to be the team that wins here, and it's so difficult to get up that ramp unless you just have a true man advantage. It's a good choke point to kind of defend. But Michigan State, Sparty coming out here, getting swept in the previous time these teams met. Coming out, get the KO. Got control of zone, only surrendered it once, but again, they never got wiped in that situation. They never truly gave up their side of the map, and they never let Cal push up too far to where they couldn't get something done. So you got a good opportunity here to kind of go up 2-0. Or wait, is this a best of 3 or best of 5?
This is best of 3 in this first round. Next round will be the start of best of 5. So this is game point for Michigan State.
Yeah, so pressure's on now. Coming out with the Soda Slosher, sticking with the remix, sticking with the Blob as the side of Cal. And that is the foil squeezer, so opting to go with the bubbles over the Stingray one. No Stingray on either side. And the remix, that's an interesting pick coming out from the side of Michigan State. But if they keep the point sensor, look, throwing a lot of point sensors. They want to make sure everybody's marked for Sparty to come out here and get some splats.
Oh man, definitely. As we are already seeing Michigan State bringing on the early pressure here, getting full control of center stage. Bubbles, though, going to be coming out from Gem here to try to get back control of the stage a little bit. Get a couple of picks there. Gem going to go down themselves, though. So a little bit scrappy to start as we're seeing picks being traded here. But no team going more than one down, actually. So both teams going to kind of just poke at each other until somebody makes a fatal error that results in 2-3 down. That's going to allow for this first push to get on the way.
And yeah, nobody's first push. It's been a minute. Nobody's touched the Rainmaker. Sandy flirting with it. Finally does go pick it up. But yeah, this is just kind of tournament nerves right here. Neither team wants to lose, so nobody's like trying to make the winning play. Like you said, nobody's trying to like flank or force the issue. But now that one player, make that 2 players down, they're just going to go for it. Gets taken down themselves. So looks like Cal's able to kind of reestablish control of the situation a little bit. Popping that Rainmaker, but I don't know if you want to do that with 2 players. Man advantage still in the side of Sparty. Getting up to 21 remaining is Michigan State. Jim here, and now it's going to be defender advantage to try to hold on to this push. But this is what we're talking about. Whoever gets the furthest up this ramp, because it's so hard to do so, is going to be the team that wins. 21 remaining, that's a pretty good push. A winnable push for sure for Michigan State.
Yes, definitely. 21 will get you to win sometimes, but this is Starfish Main Stage, one of the highest scoring Rainmaker maps that you will see on for both teams, really. It's not uncommon to see both teams push to about that same mark, and it really comes down to every inch matters up that ramp. So now it seems like Cal is going to be able to start working their way back towards mid. Going to probably let this pop go. They're still fighting it a little bit, but it seems like Michigan State still got a little bit of control there. Cal's actually going to come away with the pop, but also losing Gem while they're at it, plus 1 more. So now it's going to be Michigan State that picks this up, but not before Cal's able to stop it immediately. But we're still seeing Cal work with a numbers disadvantage here as Nick is starting to work their way towards that ramp.
Yeah, and I like the aggression that they're coming out here. Both teams have been pretty passive, but when Michigan State's been presented a window, they haven't hesitated to try to slip through it here. Nick just trying to ledge camp along the left side with the Soda Slosher. But now you see the rest of the Cal players starting to come back in, using their specials. 3 players going down on the side of Michigan State. This should be a wipe right here as well. So finally, 3 minutes into the game, Cal can try to get something going here. But they got a long way to go if they want to get lead, but they've got plenty of time to work with.
Yeah, they really do. They're still trying to just hover around that stage, get a couple of picks. It'd be nice to kind of see a couple of these Cal players start working their way up towards this snipe that Nick is just made a home on. But there it is, a window of opportunity, able to slip through, get all the way down to 32 points remaining, but that is a delayed wipe on the side of Squids at Cal. So that's going to be the end of that push, but finally able to get, some respectable points on the board.
I don't know. Are they So the Rainmaker is clear. Okay, yeah, the Rainmaker was way behind us. We couldn't really see it there. But now, okay, so they are picking it up. They are bringing Rainmaker back to mid. Look at all the yellow on the map. Michigan State in complete control of this game. And they can just find a way to kind of bleed out the clock right here. The Blob player trying to survive a little bit, trying to put the paint back into their favor. That's all they really need to do right now. You're not going to get a lot of splats with that thing, but the more bubbles they put down, the more purple ink there is for the rest of Cal to work with. And now they got something yet again, a second opportunity to get another push off. BTW popping armor before picking up this Rainmaker for the rest of their teammates, but the Soda Slosher in the snipe is a bit of an issue. BTW trying to find something for the rest of the teammates coming in.
And PTW is just getting pushed back big time here. Not able to even get off the stage and even starting to go into their half of the map as Michigan State continues to bring this pressure. The missile's going to be coming out. And now we even see the don't retreat warning coming up for Berkeley. They cannot get anything going their way right now. And with 15 seconds to play and 20 seconds on this Rainmaker, they need to make a move now or never. And it seems like they're going to actually get shut down here, which might end up working in their favor if they can get a quick pop. But I think this might just do it. Michigan State moves on. After losing in round 1 of Swiss to Berkeley, they come back here in the bracket when it matters and secures the win.
Yeah, it just looked like Cal didn't have a plan, especially in that final push right there. They had the Rainmaker, and it's just like, all right, now what do we do? And they just couldn't really get the splats they needed. All the splats just came off as trades or things that just kind of worked into the favor of Michigan State. And again, neither team was crazy aggressive that whole game. But when you have the bigger lead that you do with Michigan State, you don't have to be the more aggressive team. You can kind of turtle up and force the other team to be aggressive. And Cal it just looked like Cal didn't throw any punches there. And you can't land any punches if you don't throw them.
Exactly. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and it just felt like Cal just never got that opportunity.
Is that true? I never believed in that logic. 100% of the shots you don't take. No, if I don't take the shot, how can I miss it? But yeah, I guess whatever. Fair. All right, Wayne Gretzky.
Well, that's gonna do it here for our quarterfinal matchup. We're gonna be waiting for the rest of these quarterfinals to wrap up. ITAP already taken care of PAL, so the Battle of Purdue has been settled. Battle of San Diego still going on between UCSD Esports and Aztec Gaming of San Diego State University. So those are a couple of interesting matchups to keep an eye on. We'll be looking at the winner of UCSD Esports and Aztec Gaming, along with the Comet Blasters versus Hofstra Pride. So be sure to stick around for that. You do not want to miss it. everybody, and welcome back to the semi-finals of the Booyah Bowl. We have another good one here for you with UCSD Esports of UC San Diego versus the Comet Blasters of the University of Texas, Dallas. My goodness, this is going to be, I think, a pretty exciting one here because these teams have already faced earlier on in the tournament in, I believe, round 2. UC San Diego coming away with a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, and these are two teams that, as you look over the roster here, I'm very familiar with all these teams from Low Wing. Obviously, a lot of the players on San Diego have won Low Wing under the name Guerrilla Tactics. The rest of these players, Secant, Twig, Nito, just a variety of players here from Aquatic Vanguard, and I forget what pickup team they played in SIC yesterday. I know Secant did for sure. So a lot of, again, another matchup between a couple of teams that are very experienced in competitive, whether it be in college matchups or something else. But yeah, UCSD, one of the best college teams of all time. Obviously has a little bit of an advantage here, but like we saw in the last set, just because you won in Swiss, it don't mean anything in this setting here, especially now that we're doing best of 5 instead of best of 3.
Exactly. So this one really could go the full 5 games. And we're going to be jumping into Tower Control Anchovy here for game number 1. CD Woomy with that signature carbon deco coming out, and Mofugami doing something a little bit different, rocking that NZAP as opposed to the CDS that a lot of people are so familiar with.
You Twig, a very versatile player. You see them using Respawn Punisher Charger right now. They can also bust out the brush at any point. So quite 2 weapons that are quite different from each other, but still it adds into when you're trying to figure out a comp that can beat the other team, when you have a player that can adjust their comp willy-nilly, it really pays a big dividends, especially when you got the opening push going into your favor. Secant able to raise up this fan here and get moving with a very pesky weapon, the Tetris.
Yeah, Tetris is definitely a really difficult weapon to fight against at times. But now the armor from UCSD going to be coming out at a perfect time there to stop this tower push. And that's going to be a delayed wipe there, as Goat Child now is going to be getting on this tower as the rest of UCSD starts moving up, trying to take control of that right fan. And UT Dallas coming a little bit slow out of the gates here following that wipe.
You know, they are, but there's no real rush. I mean, you can let the tower get to the checkpoint. You don't want to lose control of your splat, which is what they're doing right there. Mofugami smelling blood in the water and just going in, taking care of the Respawn Punisher player, so you're not going to see that charger for a good chunk of time. And more importantly, you're not going to have a Stingray online either. That's the real damaging thing of Respawn Punisher, is how much it eats away at your special gauge. So there's not going to be a Stingray, and they could really use one right here, because you don't want to lose this second checkpoint. The man advantage is in the side. Did they clear it? No, they didn't clear it. They're not even close to clearing it. But still, they at least got there. And it looks like they're not going to surrender control of mid.
No, and Mofugami is saying, we are not surrendering this just yet. But I think with the armor, they're getting launched off of flat. So this push is going to slow down a little bit, but the pressure is still there. As Twig trying to get something here, any pick whatsoever to slow down this push as this tower continues to inch its way towards that second checkpoint. But with 2 down now on the side of UC San Diego, this is going to, finally be an opportunity for UT Dallas to breathe a little bit and start to get their way back into mid.
Yeah, we're just now crossing the halfway mark, and the first checkpoint on this map is the most difficult one in the game to clear. It's essentially, I'm calling this a tie game at this point. Because this is going to be who can get to that second checkpoint and clear it the furthest. Twig getting another splat on the roller this time around. And Secant with 9KA has been doing a really good job of keeping the pressure onto these Cal players, at least on the defensive side. Can Secant start pushing up now so to create some offense is going to be the question.
Yeah, and there's continuing to just struggle a little bit with just keeping their numbers up. But Twig with a filthy pick there. My goodness. and that's gonna probably be the opportunity that that the Comet Blasters are looking for, with the Stingray coming out as well, trying to get a little bit of chip damage onto the players on UCSD, pushing them all the way up to their plat. Twig can now get on this tower and start moving up as well, but this blast are gonna make it difficult for them to, you know, keep this push going with that Stingray as well. So this push is gonna stall for just a moment.
Yeah, Twig didn't want to ride up there on the tower. The Carbon Roller was able to get a flank and force Twig to abort that Stingray a little bit early to get something going here. But now, here's what you're talking about. 1 point away from getting the lead, and they got a minute to work with. They don't have to hop one to the tower just yet. They can stay back here, get some splash, which they do. They got the man advantage. Can they get back onto that tower, get lead? They do. Now the question is going to be, can they secure this lead and clear the second checkpoint? That would be monstrous. And man advantage still going into the favor. They're throwing. They just got to tap it a little bit. Just sneeze onto the tower. So there they go. UCSD able to hold onto that checkpoint. And there's enough time for them to come back into this one. But that's a significant lead now with 30 seconds left to go in the favor of UT Dallas.
Yeah, but once again, you know, every inch is going to matter here, but with both teams having reached that second checkpoint and neither still breaking through, this is anybody's game in the last 20 seconds here, and that's going to be one down on the side of UT Dallas, so UCSD might be able to get something going here, and that's going to be CD Woomy with yet another pick, and another pick! 5 seconds to play. This is going to force overtime for sure, but Twig with the hero plays to just continue getting pick after pick. And with 3 down on the side of UCSD, it is only Enda that is on this tower. They need to stay alive for just a moment, but it is no good as UT Dallas comes from behind sort of and just holds on to secure game number 1 here in a thriller.
Using Respawn Punisher is very gutsy, but if you're going to top frag with your team, 12 KA across the board actually for everybody right there. But most of those splats that Twig got were straight up, not assists. Those were like straight up splats, and that just really damaged the enemy team's ability to get specials off when they needed to. And you saw, you know, it's funny because you saw them putting pressure on Twig. You saw them forcing Twig out of position several times, especially on the offensive end when UT Dallas was on the offensive end right there. But it just didn't really, it didn't slow Twig down. You can anchor in this meta. You just have to be able to deal with a lot of crap that's thrown your way, and Twig did a very good job of just that. And the rest of UT Dallas did a good job of responding, recognizing, hey, they're attacking our charger behind us. Let's push up and punish the rest of the guys.
All right, and a little bit of a mistake on the stream's end here. Apparently there was a player trade. UCSD has traded CD Woomy to UT Dallas in exchange for the rights to Secant.
What? Wait, what? Okay, so we just gotta...
Yeah, no.
But this match isn't gonna count, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking like, wait, did they just play that whole game with the wrong roster? But it's this game with the wrong roster. That would have been cool.
It is this game. So I guess Secant and CD Woomy enter transfer protocol.
Yeah.
I think that's what they refer to it as in the NCAA.
You know what? If your coach can just leave after 1 year, I think the players should be allowed to as well. So there you go. That makes sense. But you know what? What exactly did UCSD offer to Secant? Because Secant won that last game. What could entice them to want to join that? I can understand CD Woomy being like, I'm leaving this. This isn't working. I'm gone.
Or it could be the rest of the Comet Blasters were like, you know what? We want CD Woomy, Secant, see ya. So
that would be really funny here if they actually played this out. It looks like are they legit playing? Okay. One team realized a gentleman's cap of his own. And maybe a drip pick of some sort. We see Goat Child just kind of chilling over here, talking to their old teammate, like, hey, you should come back to our side. We're not a big fan of the Secant player. They kicked our butt in that last game.
Nita referring to this as an advanced game of Among Us. Oh no.
Oh, I can tell you who the imposters are. I got a pretty good guess of that. I don't need to wait to call a meeting on that one. I can vote right now. In the meantime, as we get this one kind of thing, what's going on the opposite side here is ITAP's already up 2-0 over Michigan State. Is I guess this was kind of built. Oh, what is going on here? What are these shenanigans?
Oh my gosh. This is the first I can say. I don't think I've ever seen two teams, because normally you get the squid bag party in mid or something like that. But this is the first I could say that I've seen both teams say, you know what, we're just gonna super jump to each other in the same spot. I guess they have evolved the squid bag party.
Yeah, the fireworks display there. Twig has no chill. 3KA in that peaceful, what was supposed to just be a peaceful match right there. All right. So once again, this time for real. CD. Oh, I bet I know what happened. I bet CD Woomy like DC'd after the match.
Yeah.
And then just didn't get the roll put back on. So that makes sense. No harm, no foul. We're all good here. Yeah, still interesting. I kind of mentioned Twig can use brush, and they use brush right there. I don't know if that was like just to throw the other team off, or if they're actually considering it here.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure either. One thing I do know is that Twig, I don't believe actually attends UT Dallas. Twig was brought in as a bit of an emergency sub, as one of UT Dallas's members was unable to make it at the last moment. So kudos to Twig for being able to step up here and sub in for UT Dallas.
Yeah, it's a pretty good player to have sub in for you. UCSD, obviously, it seemed kind of favored to go up against ITAP in grand finals right now. Currently down 1-0 in this best of 5. Mofugami, I mean, was very effective on that end zap. It kept that same kind of playstyle that we're come to know from Mofugami, which is just aggression, regardless of what the weapon is. But now you're going to splat zones. Do they need that armor bad? Can like somebody else do that armor? Can they go back to that CDS that we've known them use to be very effective with in Lowings past? Is going to be the question here, because as Mofugami goes, the rest of UCSD goes. And Goatchild coming out with the E-Leader, which is going to be the only anchor weapon in this game. Mofugami sticking with the Inzap this time around.
And interestingly enough, CD Wumi going to be switching to that Neo Splash as well. So going to be sacrificing a little bit of that killing power that, they're just so comfortable with on that Carbon Deco in exchange for getting a little bit more paint here. That Bomb Rush going to be super helpful for getting control of this zone. And already, CD Wumi already kind of getting real comfortable with this weapon here, able to contribute to getting 3 down on the side of the Comet Blasters. So a lot of yellow paint going to be going down here. And I think that's really what the mindset was here, is that it's flat zones. Let's just run a comp that can get as much paint down as possible.
Yeah, and interesting going with the E-Leader who's already got 2 KA. But 2 players going down. This is instantly going to go to UT Dallas right here. But the good news is for UCSD, they're not getting wiped. They're not losing control of their side of the map. So this isn't like a situation where Dallas can get a lot of points just yet. And instead, you see one more player going down. The brush is trading on each side, but control is owned right now in the favor of Dallas. But again, they don't really have control of the enemy side of the map. So they probably won't be in a position to get a comfortable amount of points just yet.
No, but they are still holding on for a little bit there, but finally UCSD going to be able to step in and flip the zone in their favor, slapping on that 21-point penalty onto UT Dallas's efforts there. But man, hey, look at these this brush here trying to be a little bit sneaky. Gonna pop off those missiles, but UCSD already getting close to getting rid of that penalty, but Twig now going to be able to contribute to that zone and flip it back in the favor of the Comet Blasters, pushing their way up onto this E-Leader. The E-Leader's going to get away from just a moment there before finally going down, and Twig making life hell for UCSD right now before finally getting shut down by CCA.
It's like, hey, you attacked me all last game. How about I turn the favor to your Charger players. See how much fun it is. Mofugami popping armor, but only armor going to themselves and the E-Leader. Everybody else kind of went down or traded. So Mofugami's going to need to make a play. It looks like the E-Leader able to get a splat, and Mofugami's paint able to be enough. I'm kind of surprised they were able to cap zone right there and taking down Seekin as well. Seekin has just been a problem all set long so far. Currently top ranking with 7KA, but they hold on to the lead with just 1 point remaining and a lot of penalty points put on Dallas.
And Endo with a nice pick there to read the enemy position there. But it is 3v3. UCSD able to get 2 more points on the board before losing control. But that could be a difference maker right there. As now we see the Tetras going down on the side of Dallas. UCSD going to get back control. I guess it's going to go back and forth a little bit, but that's finally going to be 3 down on the side of the Comet Blasters. With Nito, the last one around, trying to get out of here alive, but unable to do so. CD Wumi gonna run into another member of Dallas there though, and this zone is going to UCSD gonna be able to get more points on this zone here after breaking out of that penalty, and this is could be a significant push, but with 1 down, this could flip back in the favor of Dallas.
I wonder if Wumi could have canceled that splashdown. Instead, they tried to just back up and get just like a fadeaway splash. But it looked like they were in a good position to just aim up and cancel that Seekin splashdown that I think caused enough distraction for the Brush player to go down. And ultimately, regardless of all that though, they don't lose control of zone. UCSD now 10 ticks away from getting the KO right now. Brush is going down on each side. One more player, but the bomb rush alone enough to cap the zone. They won't hold on to it for a crazy amount of time. In fact, that is a delayed wipe, and Seekin is the last player left down there. But still, they put a lot of penalty points on UCSD. The question is, though, can Dallas have enough time left where they can get something going? And these snipes are just landing.
I am shocked that UCSD managed to hold on to that zone there. But kudos to Dallas for somehow managing to keep themselves in the game, but with only 6 points left on the penalty here, UT Dallas needs to make something happen now, but UCSD maintaining the pressure. Both sides still have all their players, so something can happen, but with 2 going down on the side of Dallas, they are going to get the neutral, but it doesn't seem like it's going to last. UCSD will survive game number 2 and even the set 1-1.
Yeah, that was a much better set for UCSD. It almost lasted the 5 minutes, but it's still, they were in control basically the entire time. They never really got wiped. There was one good push that Dallas was able to bust out right there, but just kind of the coordination of the specials in the right time and just kind of the right play by Mofugami there. Popping armor for themselves in the E-Leader just to kind of come in and put enough paint down to cap the zone and never really looked back since then. So it just the good game sense, the experience of knowing how to get a win in some of those situations went into UCSD's favor. Rainmaker at Humpback Pump Track, this is like one of the handful of Rainmaker maps that are actually viable. In my opinion, the question is, okay, so we've seen a Charger come out from both teams. I think we've seen CJet before as well. There's a lot of different things you can do. You can do the Ray spam, or you could just go like the quad shooter and go with the speed and aggression. And both teams have like the capability to switch things up how they see fit, as we've seen a lot of different weapons come out already in just those last 2 games.
Yeah, we really have. Both teams definitely very flexible for sure. I definitely feel like we will still probably see Brushes stick around. Goat Child probably gonna be flipping back to that Jet if I had to guess, just to have that Stingray and get a little bit more paint on the ground. I'm not sure if that charge is gonna necessarily be helpful in an offensive push to the same degree that a Jet would. So that, I think that's definitely what I'm anticipating. Mofugami seeming pretty comfortable on the end zap right now, so that this could be something that they're gonna just stick with.
One of the reasons the Charger doesn't really work out is because of the current meta we're in. But if the other team's not using the meta, then that makes it a lot easier for you to do whatever. And nobody's readying up right here. What is going on? Are we protesting? Okay, there we go. Let's get this. Let's get this. Hey, it's Sunday. It's a, well, I guess a lot of people have tomorrow off. It's a holiday, so
That is true.
that makes sense. Still, 1-1 piece, best of 5. First to 3 wins this one. 1 C-Jet. Do I see 2? I do not. We're seeing the more aggressive anchorless comp coming out from the side of UT Dallas.
Yeah, more or less kind of something typical from the Comet Blast this year. Tetris just continue to be a staple for them there. But what
did we hold on? Timeout. Is somebody on the wrong team again?
No way did that happen again. Do people keep DCing in between these games?
What? Okay, so Woomy, CD Woomy. Who's Indo? Were they in the last one?
Enda is on UCSD, so the rosters are correct. Is it the maps that were incorrect?
It might be the map that's wrong, and that's why none of the players readied up before.
Gotcha.
We're on game 3. What is game 3 supposed to be in Simwise?
So game 3 in the semifinals should be Rainmaker on Snapper. The next game 4, when we do get there, will be Clamblitz on Humpback. So
I saw the Nautilus wearing Thermalink, and I was like, that can't be on purpose. That was my first indicator that something was wrong. But Snapper, Canal, Rainmaker. Hey, there you go. Here's the other good Rainmaker map.
oh my goodness.
And hey, look, okay, so that the value of that is look how quickly Dallas is readying up. I wouldn't ready up so quickly, honestly, because now the other team knows exactly what you're going to use.
Exactly. And that was the exact mindset of UCSD, it seems, because I've never seen Endo use a Nautilus, so I was very confused there.
Thermal Ink Nautilus. I'll have to lab that out sometime. Do you see that thing? Regardless, Rainmaker, Snapper, Canal. Here's the tip. Do not go for pop here. It does literally nothing because the Rainmaker is so high up. Instead, you try to capture your left and right side. So, kind of the right hill and the left hill there. But the Blob's going to do a good job. Thermal Inkle and Blob, I can get on board with that. And it looks like Dallas is instantly going to go for that pop. But look, it doesn't do anything in mid. It doesn't give you really... I mean, it gives you special charge, I guess, but no real map control. Just because it's up on that uninkable thing.
Yeah, it really does. It just doesn't do anything here. So yeah, UCSD did get that pop, but both teams just kind of, find a couple of picks here. 30 seconds in and nobody's gone down yet. But of course, as I say that, we have a massacre here on both sides. 3 down on the side of the Comet Blaster. Stingray gonna be coming out to try to paint a map. Twig trying to make a hero play here with that Jet from afar, finally able to shut it down, but the damage already done in this first minute. 28 points remaining for UCSD.
Yeah, that's a pretty significant score on this map, but I don't think they're done either. 3 players down on each side now. Jimby, just gonna suck in the wall. Nice use of the wall right there. And taking care of that Blob is good because that Blob's gonna be the main player for forcing the Rainmaker to get popped. But look, UCSD still with the man advantage, able to get a lot of trades. Now everybody's jumping back in. The Rainmaker shield still not popped. Seekit desperately trying to hold on right here as more players are just dropping like flies. This should be a KO, except more players are spawning back in. I think that's the quick respawn working out for the Tetras right there. That's yet another white. Mofugami's going to put it away.
Wow. This is the aggression that you really want to see from UCSD Esports here. Because their comp can definitely, start to push up a little bit, especially with that Carbon Deco, almost has to play hyper aggressive. And it was nice to see there that the rest of the team was able to kind of push up with CD Woomy. And from there, the rest of the team, even if they went down, were able to kind of just jump in because they kept somebody alive. And the pressure was just non-stop, and it was just a great thing to see there, how they supported each other to get that quick knockout there.
Again, we've talked about not going for the pop. When you don't go for the pop, what you're doing is securing space on the opposite side, on each corner, and just boxing in mid. And I don't think Dallas really accomplished that. Didn't really find a way to kind of take advantage of the space that UCSD was giving to them, because they basically sacrificed. They sent 3 guys directly to mid. So, the right game plan, but it seemed like they didn't really have a good mindset to follow up with that game plan. And now we're going to hump back for real this time. except for Clam Blitz.
Yes. So now we have everything nice and orderly here. So Clamblitz, Humpback, Pump Track. So I feel like what we were talking about earlier with Humpback, Pump Track still mostly applies with Clamblitz. Would you agree on that, Popgun?
I guess. I mean, you can obviously use Anchor and Clam Blitz. You just got to use it a little bit differently. You just got to be a little bit more defensive with it, but you still got to push up at the right time. Really, what you want to do is put your Anchor player in mid. And I think that's a V-Jet that they're going with right now. Yes. V-Jet with a main of bomb defense. Okay, interesting. And Seekint coming off of the Tetras going with the VDS right here. So yeah, if you can just get that V-Jet in mid and just have them rain down paint and pressure across the entire map, that could be a problem for Dallas to deal with right now. But really, I'm more concerned about CD Woomy on Carbon Roller on this map in general. This is a roller playground.
But it is also a Tri-Slosher playground, and that's where we have Nito running on the side of UT Dallas. So this will be an interesting matchup here, as CD Woomy already tried to just go all in here and get a couple of picks there. The auto bomb rush coming out, they're smartly backing up to mid there, because really that's why when the Carbon Roller is at its most vulnerable is during that chicken rush.
Straight chicken exploding right next to you. That scared me. The good news is the chicken bomb doesn't have a wide blast radius, so you can kind of avoid it pretty easily there. But a very empty push going out right there. That's the last thing you want to do, is just give the other team a mercy clam for seemingly nothing. But when you come up and you get a nice splat, smack somebody in the face with a Carbon Roller, it makes your push feel a little bit better that you can keep control of it.
Oh, and that burst combo there by CD Woomy just continues to wreak havoc here for UT Dallas. And that was 2 down there, but UCSD going to be losing a member themselves. So they're going to have to back up a little bit and just keep hold of mid as they wait for UT Dallas to, it seems like they're kind of waiting for UT Dallas right now to come to them and make that mistake so that they can push forward.
Yeah, and I mean, they have control of everything. They have control of mid. They can soak up all the clams as they start to spawn. There's no need for them to make a aggressive play right yet. You can kind of force Dallas to come into you, and it looks like that's what Dallas is doing. Twig working around that left side, takes care of 2 players, starting to push up now and creating some pressure, and now all of a sudden your player in mid's getting swarmed, but the missile's coming out in just the right time from Goatchild, able to kind of clean up, taking down Twig right there, stalled the entire push, and that is what's going to keep UCSD in control of mid, or at least give them an opportunity to reestablish control of it.
Yeah, UCSD kind of getting away with it there a little bit, because that could have gone really bad really quickly. But now, of course, as we say that, they're going to go ahead and let UT Dallas push here. Goatchild smartly backing up there just to keep themselves alive, because they're going to need everybody here to stop this push. And the Comet Blasters only have gotten 2 clams in on top of that initial power clam. So also a little bit of an empty push there, surprisingly, following what was essentially a wipe there.
It was, and gosh, just not a lot of points going up on the board right now. You get the feeling the dam is just going to burst at some point, and this might be it right here. Is Woomy going in, 2 players going down, make that 3, just can't get away from all those burst bombs and chip damage. Lead going into UCSD. They need to get a lot more points coming out here right now. You can't let this opportunity slip away. Clams getting down, 52 remaining, no more clams remaining. And if we could turn the camera a little bit, yeah, it looked like one player was trying to come around that left side. Nice block, but still, that could have been a lot worse. Dallas is lucky they're only down by about 20 points or so.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, after each of these pushes, are kind of breathing a sigh of relief. Like, that could have been way worse. So now it's going to be UT Dallas with an opportunity here, because they have 3 specials online. They're able to get the pick on CD Woomy, which has been probably the biggest key for UCSD so far, even though we have Mofugami, who is top frag right now. but just the constant pressure from CD Wumi is, I feel like, what's been making this difficult for UT Dallas. With 45 seconds to play, they do have a power clamp, and they do have a little bit of control of mid, but UCSD gonna be pushing back hard now. This 1-2 punch of CD Wumi and Mofugami gonna be able to get a pick there and start pushing up a little bit more. That's a double there from CD Wumi, my goodness.
Yeah, I like the aggression right here. You don't have a huge lead. You can't just turtle up and wait for Dallas to come in and beat you. You got to throw your bodies at the enemy team. You got to get control of mid and soak up all of those clamps. And it looks like they were able to do just that. But 2 players go down. We got a DC, and this gun's going to count. The K-Pro is gone, and now it's a 3v4 situation, but the lead is on the side of the team that has the DC twig. Popping this inkjet, desperately trying to get a splat here on Mofugami. That might do it. I think they can, unless there some sort of hero play can come out of Goatchild right here. Just an unfortunate DC, but your best ability is availability. And the team that was the most available right here at the very end was UT Dallas, forcing a game 5.
Wow. That is probably the most unfortunate way that you could go down there. Man, that was... You know, UCSD was starting to look a little bit, you know, comfortable there. They were in a good position there to defend. But of course, if you're at a permanent numbers disadvantage while the other team has specials and all 4 members, you're kind of in a little bit of a sticky situation there that's not going to go your way, most likely. And that is the case here, as UCSD unfortunately going to be losing there. But on the bright side, we get a game 5, and I'm ready for this.
Yeah, I'm sure UCSD is just tickled to death that they get to play a game 5 of how that ended. But I mean, look, it showing up is half the battle. Obviously, we have, you know, this game just kind of sucks with that every now and then. Some people just DC, it happens. As far as what we've seen so far in that set, there hasn't really been any connection issues. So hopefully it's not like a thing where somebody's power went out or the internet just stopped working. Hopefully we can get this player back in. There are no, like, they don't have a sub to work with, can it? Can you hop in there? You're a UCSD alum.
If
you don't have to answer that. They're back. Don't incriminate yourself.
Yeah, no. Our rule here is that if you do need an emergency sub, they still need to be a college student. So unfortunately, I would not be able to. I know Monster John was trying to sneak his way in here earlier, DMing me about trying to get on a team, but unfortunately not gonna work either. So we do, I believe, have Kraken Mayor at the ready if for some reason we really need to go there. But I think it's best if we let these teams settle it without him.
Yeah, that would change the set for sure if Kraken were to just kind of hop in right here. Very strong player in their own right. TC Sturgeon Shipyard game 5. Now, it is worth noting, since they didn't use their replay, if they were to DC again within the certain parameters, they can replay that set. So that's kind of if you're going to lose because of a DC, at least you didn't burn your replay in the process. It's a little bit of a silver lining right there. Just because usually when there is a DC, sometimes it tends to happen again. Hopefully it was just a one-off, but here we go. Game 5, the whole kit and caboodle on the line. Winner gets to face ITAP. Loser doesn't.
Yeah, loser will be going down to that 3rd place match against Michigan State. So, you know, everything on the line here for these two teams because they want a shot at ITAP. ITAP yet to lose a game this tournament as just one of the strong, like a really strong team in mid-level. So both these teams do want to get that shot here. Nobody going down yet, but of course, as I say that, that's going to be Enda going down on the side of UCSD. And now there's a lot of pressure going onto that back line on you know, from UT Dallas there. But, you know, get a couple trades back and forth here. Neither team getting a really strong push here, although UT Dallas still somehow managing to continue inching his tower forward.
Clearing this checkpoint will be nice as all comes down to the second checkpoint, just as most maps are, and it doesn't look like this first one will even fall so far for UT Dallas, the Comet Blasters. Look at them getting control of the site. Look, they realize there's an enemy charger on the other team. If we can get in the spots that they want to get into first and force them to be a little bit uncomfortable, maybe that can establish a path for us to get control of this first checkpoint. The charger kind of is dancing out at that window, and that's where you see the Stingray coming out from Goatchild, clearing the way for all these teammates to kind of come in and clear that first checkpoint. Can they keep this push going a little bit more? I don't think they can. As Twig is Twig staying alive, but bodies flying left and right. A nice flat. How do you see that?
I have no idea how they saw it. Both chargers here popping off, to be honest. Getting some insane picks so far.
And then, again, this is Twig with Respawn Punisher. So all these splats are sending the enemy back a lot longer to their spawn and draining all of their specials as they've located this last player right here. It is doing a good job. Who was it? That was Mofugami. That's a heck of a play. Yeah, they didn't get any splats of it, but they drew the attention of literally all 4 players on UT Dallas. That allowed the mid to turn this very even yellowish color, but now you start to see UT Dallas start to push up.
Yeah, and with one down on either side here, UT Dallas going to try to inch their way towards this first checkpoint, and they do have a notable numbers advantage here. Twig going to try to make sure Mofugami cannot get to that tower. Now going to be trading places with this Tetras, who is able to get that pick finally, and the lead is going to be going in favor of UT Dallas. And as we approach this crucial second checkpoint, if they can get through this, they can just snowball this into a knockout victory there. But Goatchild, my goodness, with the pick there to stop that checkpoint from going through, and that's 3 down on the side of the Comet Blasters. A huge save there from Goatchild to give their team the opportunity to get a couple more picks there and reset this tower.
And that was the only way that tower was going to get stopped. If Goatchild doesn't make that shot, they don't get a second one and they lose that checkpoint. That had to be the perfect shot, and it was just that. Still, regardless, UT Dallas, I think they're fine to surrender that play. Yeah, you want to get more points, you don't want to leave points on the board, but they got a monstrous lead right now. They're halfway through that second checkpoint. They're in a good position. They got, they don't have map control, but they got man advantages. Seekid starting to work around with some teammates here. They have control of their side of the map. Now, again, there's no checkpoint in the way for either team, so they're just going to cruise that right on up, and Mofugami really, you know, Mofugami's playing great in this set. If they want to win, Mofugami's going to have to really go on a tear at some point right here and just start terrorizing, getting a quad of some sort. But instead, holding control of mid, body count kind of even, minute 15 left to go, popping armor right here, but nobody really to work with the armor.
Yeah, unfortunately not, as we're heading into the last minute of this game. But they do get that charger down, which I think is going to be the biggest key here in this push to try to get the lead back, because the charger has just gotten so many crucial picks so far. And that's who they need to get down right now, because you know that Charger's going to be able to get any pick on that tower. And there it goes! The Charger's down on the side of UT Dallas. UCSD down 2 members, though. They're not going to be able to get that checkpoint or the lead there. And it looks like that's going to be a delayed wipe, unfortunately. With the exception of Goatchild, actually, my bad. Goatchild managed to still hold mid. 30 seconds to play. But UT Dallas with a huge save there.
There was something weird happened there. The Crapit Blaster popped their baller and just kind of stood right there. I don't know if they experienced a connection issue. It looked like they had a connection issue. That's the player that DC'd, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that. But still, the lead in the favor, at least for right now, for UT Dallas. Trying to pull the upset right here. Goatchild needs to dance around and avoid all this nonsense being thrown their way. CD Woomy goes down. They're able to take down one more player, and that player goes down as well. And the tower is held on. Upset landed by UT Dallas. They got a date with ITAP in Grand Finals.
Wow. What a game 5 between these two teams. Unfortunately for UC San Diego, you know, the journey to try to get that ITAP rematch is not going to happen today. But we are going to see, I think, a pretty interesting matchup here with the Comet Blasters versus ITAP, because UT Dallas is a relatively new club, and they have a lot of, you know, strong, notable players. So they're, and, you know, a lot of them are familiar with ITAP, as we have pointed out. So
I was going to say, yeah.
This will be a pretty crazy matchup. I think we're gonna get here in grand finals.
So I think we're gonna take like a quick little break. I need to get some water myself. So we'll be back with grand finals. Inkling Technology at Purdue taking on University of Texas at Dallas. The Comic Blasters don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Booyah Bowl Invitational.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the grand finals of the inaugural Booyah Bowl here at the Collegiate Cephalopod Association. We are here, alas, with ITAP facing against the Comet Blasters that we just saw beat UC San Diego Esports. So, you know, definitely a little bit of an upset there. But now we know that the Comet Blasters are for real and they are set to take on Inkling Technology at Purdue.
Yeah, they're for real, but ITAP is for real-er. I mean, this is the best college Splatoon team of all time. Now, we don't have the biggest sample size for that, but that is still a factual statement I just said. They have not lost a single game all tournament long, and so this is a tall task. If they've had trouble with UCSD, wait till they find out one of the. Honestly, ITAP is, I think they are the only team in all of Splatoon that has kept the same 4 players for as long as they have. I mean, this roster has not changed since they started. And like nobody can say they've have more energy or synergy in general than Equaling Technology at Purdue. So this is yeah, the win against UCSD, that was significant. If Dallas can find a way to get a win here, that would be major. That would be a major upset. But they have the skill to do it. Honestly, they do have the skill to do it.
Yeah, they really do. And as we've said multiple times, these teams are most definitely familiar with each other, at least on an individual player basis. But taking a look at the comps here, they're going to be bringing out that Tri-Nouveau. Mizuno rocking that missiles and zap. So we definitely know that there's going to be a missile-happy party here.
Yeah, and you know the X-Flash obviously working out. This is the best map and mode combo in the game. The reason for that is you can use any single weapon. Any weapon works out on here. And you see E-Leader going up against X-Flash. There's not many other maps where you're going to see this matchup going on, but everything works here, so you can do whatever you're most comfortable with. And I think that's why we're seeing the comps that we do from each side. Obviously, Tri-Slosh are working out really well here as well, but Twig being established on this left side. This is the E-Leader. This isn't the same splatter scope they were using before. With the fire fin, so they can find a way to be an annoying pest on that left side, but with 2 players going down, they might need to find a way to retreat.
Yeah, but out of the gate, though, definitely making this a little bit respectable. The hammer, they're trying to be... Oh, they were trying to make a little bit of cheeky play there, but not going to work out. Unfortunately, getting shut down there, but it doesn't matter. It created this distraction enough for ITAP to hold this zone and get through that penalty, bringing their score all the way down to 47 points remaining. But with 1 down, it seems like UT Dallas might be able to flip this zone back in their favor. Finally being able to do so there, and the jump out as well. So the Comet Blasters definitely in a position here to make something happen.
Yeah, can we get a shot of somebody else real quick? The camera seems to really love Twig. There we go. ITAP starting to push around this left side. The question is going to be, can ITAP find a way to establish control outside of just mid? And that's what they're trying to do here. Aster working around that left side. More players coming around the right side right now and trying to force this pincer into mid. Gaysicle getting taken down. What took down Gaysicle? The splatter shots. Getting a nice pick right there. But still, ITAP surrendering points, but they're not surrendering lead. They're just letting the penalty points kind of bleed out before they move back in to make the nice play.
Yeah, and you know, just having that patience is just so important because you don't want to make a reckless play. You want to be able to make the smart play. And, you know, it takes a good team to recognize that, you know, have a little bit of trust in your teammates. Let them get a few points. It's totally fine. Even if they get lead, it's fine. Because at the end of the day, you just want to get yourself in a position to be able to come back. And that's exactly what ITAP keeps doing here time and time again. But it seems like at this point, though, the Comet Blasters are picking up the lead. And they are in a great spot here to just hold onto the zone for just a little bit longer. But all the specials coming out on the side of ITAP is going to let them flip the zone back in their favor. Aster going to be going down, though. Make it 2 down on the side of ITAP. And UT Dallas back in control. Going to be working on this penalty yet again.
There's not a lot of splats coming out on ITAP side. I don't know if that's just UT Dallas doing a good job of kind of avoiding things or just kind of putting too much pressure on ITAP. But other than the Tri-Slosher, nobody's really producing yet. And that can change very quickly. The Hammer are able to get one, but they're a trade. Yeah, all the splats that they are getting are just turning into trades in general. So it's ITAP's really struggling to get things done. Regardless, though, despite all of that, they're still pretty much in this one and are just kind of one push away from reclaiming this lead. And they got a lot of time to work with. Aster somehow stays alive, but now goes down. penalty points are gone, and UT Dallas is threatening to get the KO right here.
My goodness. And the crazy thing is that a lot of UT Dallas' success right now is revolving around Twig. Just getting such crucial picks here. And which allows the rest of the team to just move up and just keep that pressure up. And they are sniffing this knockout here with 2 down on the side of ITAP. They might not get there in time. They won't. And UT Dallas gonna hand ITAP their first loss of the tournament.
14-1 now is ITAP. And now here's the question. Look, when you're on that long of a run, when you haven't really, let's be honest, haven't really been challenged the entire day, and now all of a sudden you're meeting somebody that can meet you skill-wise. They might not be able to meet you synergy-wise, but they can match you pound for pound as far as skill is concerned. It might take them a little bit of while to wake up. Versus UT Dallas, who just came off that impressive Game 5 win. They're a little bit more warmed up and more ready for the speed of play that they're going to be seeing here. That might have been a factor in that first game. But this is a best of 5 set, so ITAP doesn't have a lot of time to waste to kind of get waking up here. They need to win this one because you don't want too much momentum going into the favor of UT Dallas right now, who seems to be rolling. That's 3 straight wins they've gotten in a row now.
Yeah, no, that's very true. But if there's anyone that sort of fits the motto of grit and grind, it is ITAP. ITAP has come down from the worst of worst situations to win sets. And, you know, this is just one game. You know, it's not a lot of time to work with. But they are one of the most capable teams in the entire Splatoon scene to be able to come back from any deficit whatsoever, no matter how bad it gets.
Yeah, and if you're UT Dallas, you want to win this one. You don't want to tie this set up. You want to just keep rolling with the momentum that you got right here. And that means coming out strong early in this game, getting the Rainmaker pop, getting the splats, picking up the Rainmaker and going. You want to be really aggressive right here, I think, if you're UT Dallas. Wayne coming out with the bamboo, no anchor on the side of UT Dallas sticking with that Tri-Slosher is Nito. Obviously, Tri-Slosher busted on this map. But yeah, it looks like they're rushing right in. Both teams rushing right in. Top goes to ITAP. So them able to get map control and build up a little bit of special is going to be into their favor. But look who's getting the splats right now. It looks like this is time. But look at Seekins. Oh, is ITAP opening their map? Do they see this? Yes, they do. The response. Not going to let the shark happen to them again. Mizuno cleaning it up. Nice growth there from ITAP, able to recognize the flank and shutting it down.
But the numbers continue to remain pretty even here in the opening minute. It is going to be ITAP that picks up the Rainmaker first, despite the numbers disadvantage. But do they see Twig come from behind? They finally do, able to shut it down. Great team communication there. Because that could have, gotten ugly there. And now they have UT Dallas 3 down. So this is going to be major points for ITAP. It seems like they're going to go ahead and just try to push this as forward as possible. Able to actually keep everybody alive through those missiles. I think in large part thanks to that armor there. But now the hammer coming out as well. Able to shut down that as also. Ooh. And finally, it is going to be Jim that gets the pick there to shut down the push. 49 points. That's not too bad for UT Dallas right now, but this push isn't over.
Yeah, that was a heck of a play there by Jim, but ITAP got the push that they were looking for all along. 18 remaining. Astor being the last player left alive. Who knows where they are? There's a whole lot of yellow bubbles floating all over the place. And ultimately, they do take them down, but still damage done. 18 points remaining. Now, every commentator and their mom has said, who cares? It's Rainmaker Black Belly. But I will tell you that if you're ITAP, you're the team that's losing. You want to come out in this game too, and you want to be the team that establishes the dominant lead early. It does a lot for you mentally.
Yeah, and especially Black Belly, it can 18 can be a pretty difficult lead to overcome because there's so much height advantage here on the defensive end. But here comes UT Dallas, able to get this all the way down to 38 points remaining. They do go 3 down. Twig going to try to stay alive here, but unfortunately that's going to be a wipe for them. So ITAP able to survive that push. But yeah, like I was saying, I think 18 remaining is going to be pretty difficult for UT Dallas.
You know, they had their opportunity there. Twig was in a good position to get the splats, and Mizuno just kind of doing a good job of picking up the pace right here. Can we talk about Aster with 12 KA? I think all of these are coming on the defensive end. I think they had like 1 to 0 splats on their initial push. So all of a sudden, the Tri-Slosher starting to pop off here for ITAP and getting a lot done defensively. Wang just kind of setting up stop right here, but all these ITAP players bottlenecked into that right side of the map. But that's where the Rainmaker is. If UT Dallas can find a way to pick up that Rainmaker, shift it over to the right, and then flank through mid and try to establish, catch some of these ITAP players going, trying to like overcorrect themselves to the right side, they can make a play happen here. But it looks like they're just kind of waiting for the right opportunity, waiting for some splats before they even touch the Rainmaker.
Yeah, Nito just doing a lot of sharking here, just waiting for someone to come through, but they're going to have to move up a little bit because ITAP is a little bit further back than I think that they were expecting. Able to get 1 pick there, but unfortunately shut down by Mizuno. So an indirect trade there. But, you know, that's not what UT Dallas needs right now. They need to be able to, you know, pick up the aggression that we saw in that previous game. Just, you know, get ITAP stumbling a little bit, because if they can get ITAP to just hesitate just a little bit, they can convert this into a huge push.
1 minute left to go right now. Dallas starting to press up. Trades going out here, and every trade is just going to work into ITAP's favor right now just because they have this massive lead. Secant dropping all the dualies from the last set, going to K-Shot to back-to-back games, still trying to make these flanks happen. And, you know, with Rainmaker, 1 flank has to work, and that's all you really need. But ITAP's been doing a good job of responding to every single flank attempt and shutting it down before it ever sees the light of day. Nito trying to get a pick over here, does have some armor to work with, but the 10th player with the bubbles basically has 4 10s to work with right here. It is just absorbing all the attention. Look at me, look at me. And now they're not. Gaysickle might punish them for that, honestly, before it's a little too late. Tri-Slosher landed in a lot of that ink over there, and now the players are starting to respond, but a lot of times it's getting bleeding off the clock. This is going to be the last push opportunity for UT Dallas.
It is, and with Aster on the Tri-Slosher there, this push is going to be over, and ITAP going to bring this set to even after taking game number 2 here on Rainmaker Blackbelly.
Yeah, and, you know, who got the opening pop? It was ITAP. Who's more aggressive in the opening? It was ITAP. I said if you wanted to beat these guys, you beat them in game 1, you make a statement early in game 2, and you get them flustered over the course of that set. Instead, it was ITAP who responded. They got their better aggression early off, and they put the pressure all on UT Dallas throughout the course of that entire set. They only got 1 good push in response, and it wasn't enough to get down to 18 remaining. But still, that's kind of the difference between the little bit of the synergy, recognizing what you need to do to win games, what you need to do to win a set. And now you're tied at 1 apiece. ITAP's got their sea legs under them. They've adjusted to the speed of play that they haven't seen all tournament long. And now, this ITAP loves this map. This map mode. They're probably thrilled to be here now.
Yeah, no, definitely, because this really just caters to their comp. You know, with the tent. If they decide to bring out the Tri-Slosher, that also is pretty effective here on those ramps. So definitely going to work out in their favor. There's a lot of map to work with, a lot for Mizuno to be painting up, to be, you know, going in that full support mode, getting those specials out. So this is going to be heavily catered to their comp. But it's going to be up to UT, and it's going to be up to UT Dallas to figure out, well, we have an idea of what they're going to do. How do we respond to that?
Yeah, if anyone's paid attention to ITAP, you can figure out what they're going to do here. There might be a 1 or 2 weapons that changes, but I mean, it's what you see is what you kind of get there. Hydra coming out. Actually, I guess I should say you probably weren't expecting the Squeezer as opposed to the Tentebrella, but definitely that brush is just... Aster's brush is very annoying with all the jumps. You see 2 mains of quick super jump, and we might get an example of that right there. Jumping back. This doesn't waste any time, but you're going to see a lot of jumping coming out there. But Twig making a nice kind of heads-up play, recognizing that. Right now, it looks like this is all UT Dallas on the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, ITAP is pushed all the way back to underneath their basket right now. Finally getting a little bit of calm here, but not before Tetra is able to get a little bit of chip damage there. Not able to pick anyone off, though. But so now with that pick, ITAP's going to be able to move up a little bit, get into the positions that they actually want to be in on these ramps, and try to get UT Dallas on the back foot themselves. But of course now ITAP's going to go 2 down as well. Daisical in a little bit of a tricky situation here, trying to, just navigate out of this situation. And that's just one thing Daisical does oh so well, is just continue to stay alive no matter the situation, and just the footwork of Daisical is just phenomenal to watch.
The footwork, that's a term you don't hear often in Splatoon, but it is kind of true when you think about it. Just kind of keeping your distance with the squeezer. Yeah, I'm not going to fight that brush head on. I'm just going to back up and just kind of mow him down here. But yeah, look, it's Dallas on the back foot here. One player left alive, and they're nowhere near basket. I think they just got taken down. And this is kind of the problem with this map. You can get locked out, and you can put a KO. You can go 0 to 100 in one push. ITAP looking to do just that. 32 remaining, and if they can keep that Hydra, look at Ewing just staying alive at the bottom there, not focusing on clams, instead just kind of controlling this entire area. Hydra, a very good weapon on this map. And the Hydra able to just jump out saying, nah, we got what we came for, 32 remaining. But still, if you're UT Dallas, you know how this map works. You can get this lead back in one push. But if you recall how they played that last Clan Blitz map, very passive against San Diego, they're going to need to be more aggressive here like they were doing in the open.
Yeah, that is definitely the case here. They do get 2 down there. Ewing onto Hydra, holding that power clam in the back there. Gonna help, UT Dallas kind of locate where they are, but they don't want to, move this power clam at all out of fear of losing it. So ITAP just going to take a full defensive approach right now, and let UT Dallas come to you right now. You don't need to make any sort of plays, and your team is doing a decent job of holding your own despite constantly being 2 down. UT Dallas not with a lot of clams right there, finally able to get a power clam in, but they don't have anything to follow up with. So this might just be a pretty empty push unless they can get a couple clams in, but they still don't have any clams actually.
Wow.
So a 1 power clam push and a huge missed opportunity for the Comet.
You hit it. That was a missed opportunity. You had the basket pop. You had ITAP back. You had control of their play. You could have just scored all day long. I guess the clams just weren't on the map, or they just didn't coordinate. Like, hey, you go get the clams and just bring them here and just keep this going. But still, if they can still get some value out of this. If they hold their position, that's what Twig's trying to do right now. Just trying to hold this position. And you see them starting to build up the clams now, but the hammer doesn't make anything happen. Here comes the splashdown. That doesn't accomplish much either, but still, they have control of the enemy side of the map. They have the clams to work with this time around, so now they're getting that opportunity they need, and now they got the lead. It was a sustained double push, but they got the points they needed eventually. Finally, the patience. I mean, they had to hold ITAP's basket for like a whole minute and a half, but somehow they pulled it off.
I have no idea how they managed to do that, but phenomenal work there from the Comet Blasters. And now with a minute to play, they are going to be playing full on defense. ITAP with 3 power clams in their pockets, but if they're going to let those 3 hang back, well, I believe that was Daisical that makes the move forward, and there is the lead. They have they need 1 clam, but there is no clams to be seen.
There is. Where did that come from? You know what happened? You know what happened? Sinkit had a clam, went in there and got the trade, and Ewing was like, oh, look at this. The game-winning clan. I'll take that. Thank you. So there's just a little bit of an unfortunate situation right there of giving the team the final one. But, man, that's just... Even though Comet Blasters got the lead right there, I don't think ITAP really cared, because they know how to play that map really well, and they showed it right there at the end, getting more values out of their pushes than what Comet Blasters were able to do UT Dallas. So, I mean, yeah, that would have been a heck of a win to get on that map and mode, but it's hard to beat ITAP there. It's really hard to beat them there.
That is definitely the case. I mean, they put on a huge effort there. Like it was, they were so close. Like I really hope that the Comet Blasters aren't kind of beating themselves up over this, because they don't have time to do that. They need to just get their head back in the game for Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, because they're on the ropes right now. ITAP, Game Point, they're fully capable of just kind of bringing this back in and forcing that Game 5. And as commentators and as a TO, I'm kind of hoping that it goes that way a little bit, because who doesn't love a Game 5?
Well, yeah, I mean we're biased, but if you're ITAP, you don't want it. And you know what? If you're UT Dallas, you forced this exact situation last time. You were down 1-2 to San Diego. DC helps get you back into that Game 5, but when you got that opportunity, you took full advantage of it. So, get the right kind of splats right here, they can get into favor with this one. Ewing coming out with the X-Splosh. Okay. You don't see that a lot for Tower Control. Look, I know, just because I think it's weird doesn't mean it's not going to work. But that charger, Twig's charger, has a little bit of an advantage right here. I feel like in this anchor matchup.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that though. But an Explosher in the right hands, just knowing where to kind of fling those shots in the exact right spots can be huge here, even going up against the Charger, because you don't necessarily need to try to take this Charger head on. Just keep your distance from the Charger, keep the ink on the map, and try to get picks on the other players, and open up those avenues for your front line and your Slayers to get behind the enemy backline and surprise them.
Yeah, it's definitely a weapon that kind of sets the field for the rest of your team to pop off, for sure, especially with those point sensors as well. Seekint going back to the Tetra Dualies that they were using a lot against San Diego. It gives them a little bit of a nice little double right there. Get some momentum going. Get a few splats and work into your favor. The splashdown goodbye, Tenebroa. Somehow Gaysicle Houdini act. Where did they go? Hello, from around the corner. Eventually gets taken down right there. The bait and switch with the splashdown ultimately doesn't amount to anything other than just a cool little clip. But this first checkpoint might be cleared by UT Dallas.
Oh, they
question mark? Yes.
There it is. Yes, finally able to get through it. So first checkpoint, a decent landmark there, but definitely not make or break for either team here, because it is always the second checkpoint that is the case in most of these map modes. But with 2 down on the side of ITAP, they do actually get back control, and Jim making a huge play here. That's going to be a delayed wipe on the side of ITAP. Jim going to be bringing out this bomb rush now to try to slow down ITAP as they get back in to plat here, and they want to get through this second checkpoint as clean as possible. They will get it, and they are on their way. 45 points remaining, 1 down on either side, but it is still UT Dallas that has specials online. They're going to bring them all right here, right now. That's 3 down yet again. Only the X-Splosh remains. Nido was really close there to trying to take that X-Splosh on, but Ewing going to actually opt to jump back there, and this push is still going.
That second checkpoint is everything. This third checkpoint might be even more. 2 more players from ITAP going down. Jim being the last player left alive. Jim on pace to get about 19 KA. Just feasting with that Splash-O-Matic right there. And I think ITAP's just having this difficult time trying to just call out and locate a few of these players. But that is a winning push. Now, I mean, on a map like this, that is a push you can absolutely win with. And you got the Stingray to work with, you got the Armors to work with, and you got the Splash player who's just kind of feasting right now. So all the tools are in the favor of UT Dallas, trying to force this into a Game 5. Mizuno getting a nice splat right there. And can they take down Twig? Not just yet. The question is going to be, oh, okay, there they go. They took him down. Survives the Tetris. Mizuno, the captain, starting to step up right here. That's a wipe. This second checkpoint's going to fall.
Yeah, that's going to allow ITAP to get through, and we see Aster already working on their bats, and that is the crucial position here when you're on an offensive push. You need to be able to get control of the enemy bats, because that's, they're going to have such a hard time trying to break through as a result. And we once again see UT Dallas going 2 down. This tower, ITAP can't get back on it, finally able to do so. They are going to get the lead. Will they get the third checkpoint? With 2 down on the side of UT Dallas, they are going to barely miss it. Oh, that is a missed opportunity for ITAP, but a huge sigh of relief for the Comet Blasters. They're going to get an opportunity here to try to come back, but with less than a minute to play, they're going to have to take this tower coast to coast.
Hats off to Mizuno, the captain, for sparking that whole push right there, leading her team up the tower and clearing that checkpoint and getting them lead. Now, you did leave some points on the board, and that sucks, but you'll take the lead anyways. Here comes the Stingray coming out, and I believe that is still a Restock Punisher Stingray, so that's forcing some players from ITAP back right now. If we could get a look at the tower, as there's now... Oh, somebody's starting to pop off behind the scenes right there. ITAP starting to take control. This is going to be, yeah, there's no checkpoints in the way. This is going to be a difficult lead to come back from, though.
It is, and with 7 seconds to play, they have, UT Dallas has no choice but to get on the tower. Gayskull going to be trying to come in from the right side here to get a couple of picks. That's 2 down to side UT Dallas. That's 3 down to side UT Dallas. And ITAP going to win the set 3 games to 1 and are your Booyah Bowl champions.
17-1, and you know what? It very easily could have been a 3-1 the other way. It very easily. The huge leads for UT Dallas in games 3 and 4 that they just kind of let slip away. But still, again, that comes down to experience and synergy. And as it's a broken record, but it's true, nobody in this tournament has more of that than Inkling Technology at Purdue, and that was the difference in that set.
Wow. Phenomenal set from both of these teams. A phenomenal tournament from all of the teams that were able to come through today. Just a great showing all around, and I'm so happy that we were able to make this happen.
Well, yeah. Go ahead and give a shout out to everyone behind the scenes who was a big part of this.
Yeah, for sure. So Mizuno, of course, absolutely huge, not just as a player of ITAP, but as a staff member for the CCA, able to just help a lot behind the scenes. Adam is our streamer for today and also one of our TOs that has been working to organize things as well. A huge shout out to Kira, who does so much as well. Just for Battlefy, you typically don't get to hear much from Kira, but she's just huge to have on our team. EJ is the one that designed all of the graphics you saw on our social media, all of the overlays that you are currently looking at. Huge help from EJ, because obviously the rest of us don't have the creative ability. So, just and obviously the rest of the staff as well. I mean, between Ewing and Ewing's always at least there to provide a helping hand when needed. Magic, always just behind the scenes as well. Not able to contribute as much as I know he wanted to here, but he was still able to, help in small ways where he can. And huge thanks to our commentators. Popgun, thank you so much for being here, as well as to Bashdash for sticking it out despite Verizon letting him down, and Brush. So I think that covers just about everybody. To all the teams that came through, keep up the good work that you're doing at your respective universities. And a little bit of a shout out to teams that I know really wanted to be here but could not, in UT Austin and Nazareth. I know they really wanted to be able to participate but were unable to do so. But thank you to the viewers as well. You are all greatly appreciated for coming through and supporting the Collegiate Splatoon scene.
Covers it. Wow, that was a lot of people.
There was a lot of work that went into this. A lot of work that went into this. This was like 3-4 months in the making. So I was hella nervous last night, and I'm just glad that we managed to have such a great tournament here. But Popgun, thank you once again for being here. Go ahead and is there anything that you would like to plug? Any social media or tournaments that IPL's on?
You can find me at the local grocery store in about 30 minutes, so we can get all the groceries we need for the week. No, you can tomorrow 12 p.m. Eastern time. The Popcast on my Twitch channel, Twitch at Popgun25. We're going to be recapping a couple of tournaments. We'll talk briefly about this tournament, but there was a lot of things happening this past weekend, so if you're interested in that, check it out. If you're not, I don't like you either, so it doesn't matter. But no, yeah, thanks for having me on. Thanks for reaching out, and Always good to support this college scene here in anything competitive Splatoon. And congratulations once again to ITAP.
Yes, huge congratulations to ITAP. But as these teams pony up and get their drip picks, that is going to do it for myself and Popgun here. Thank you all so much for coming through and watching the Booyah Bowl. Congrats once again to ITAP. This has been DRF and Popgun. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next time.